I dare you to try to pronounce a word without saying it out loud, without hearing it in your head. Mouth a word, but try to think of something else while you're mouthing it. Can't be done. It's impossible. Go ahead. Try while you listen. I dare you. It's impossible. At least I can't do it. And that makes it impossible. Unless you're deaf. If you're a deaf person who was taught how to speak, get in touch. What do you imagine as you make the noises you can't hear yourself? Actually, how do you think at all? What is it? Does it appear as words? But I can't see in my mind. So if I was deaf, I'd be kind of out of luck. I'd have to think like non-verbal thoughts. Gee. Well, anyway. Greetings and salutations. I am Pedge, but you can call me Pedgy. I hope you've been having a pleasant time of it recently, and if not, I hope I can take your mind off it. This is going to be another Dungeon Siege Twa for you, so please make sure you're watching the right video. For the rest of you, we've got a lot to cover, so let's get started. It has been a while since I saw you last, or perhaps no time at all. Let me just get rid of my big self, make myself small. Oops, that's the wrong one. Add the bottom banner, take away the, excuse me, test card. I always feel that I'm forgetting something when I first start. I'm just trying to see if the audio is working. I'm not 100% certain that it is, but I guess we'll find out shortly. Okay, yep, definitely working. Definitely working. I'm not sure why I would have the thought that it wouldn't work for some reason. But it does work. So we don't need to worry about it. Alright, let's take stock of the situation, as it has been several days since I streamed / recorded a video. Yes, this is me. I'm Pedgy. I've got an excellent club that does an average. That's actually, my Enchanted Great Club has the same average damage as my Bastard Sword, with the exception that my Bastard Sword appears to be slower, although because I'm wielding two weapons, I'm not sure the game ever determined what would happen in a situation such as that. So what would be great is if I could enchant a very good weapon, or use the Noble Soldier's Hammer or something. Because what I've determined... I want the second Jewel of Light. Who's got the other Jewel of Lightning? No. Give it to me. I do this for your own good, Daru. The good that is, naturally. Enchantable Great Throwing Knife. That is only a good scout bow. We should fix that. Post haste. Enchantable Great Mercenary Crossbow. Good Throwing Crescent, that's not enough. Well, you know what they say. Get in the first shot. What we should do is switch her to a mercenary crossbow. The reason for this is... Currently, I'm level 21, and everyone else is also level 21. The bucket. I do believe that this bucket dropped incorrectly. I don't think it dropped where it was intended to drop. I believe it was meant to drop somewhere else, but it didn't for some reason. Probably due to the effects of a mod or something like that. Oh, Grave Beam, Lesser Grave Beam. Grave Beam does less damage than Lesser Grave Beam, but cost more mana. Well, that is fascinating. At any rate, I mention this primarily because, Ice Bolt and Frost Beam. Ice Bolt actually does more than Frost Beam and costs less mana. So why is Frost Beam better? Have we even seen her use it on anyone? Not entirely sure. Oh, I also don't need the gloves. You can have the gloves back. They don't do anything. Relative to Savior's Signal, which is obviously far superior. Now, I mention this because we left undone the Takalak quest line. The Takalak. Alright, so he's got this thing. Average damage 15. This is also average damage 15. Life 255, armor 84. Life 255, armor 84. 20% death resistance. 20% fire resistance. Why does the Lesser Stygian Twisted Shale... It's not a snail. I think I must have said snail before. Why does this shale require 5 additional combat magic levels? I do not comprehend. Well, whatever. Let's just take a look at things. Ooh, plus 5% combat magic damage, plus 8 intelligence. Compared to 8% chance to find magic items is not high. Anyway, we want to deal big damage to the Taklak, is what I recall. Of course, that was when we were, like, 9 levels lower. All of these things here. 2 to 3 ice damage to a ranged weapon. This is going to be inordinately expensive, isn't it? Oh, also, so I've been playing more of Broken World, which is the addendum to this game, the expansion. They do a lot of adjusting. A lot of things are worse. Critical hit percentages are worse, although they have added critical hit increasing enchantments, which maybe is why they did that. But what's immensely interesting to me, I've not gotten to the point in the game at which I'm finding these patterned shells. However, tanned skin and the other one, hide fragment. There are no hide fragments available for purchase at this Arcanist's shop. But why am I talking like that? Tanned skin adds 2 to armor, and a hide fragment adds 1 to armor. In this game, it's 4 to armor and 3 to armor, which suggests that those items are too powerful in this game. And since a patterned shell is actually even better than a tanned skin, it must mean that doing what I've done and adding a lot to armor, that must be highly beneficial. 228 armor! Goodness gracious, Little Gray. That's immense. He's unkillable. 800 health. He's a god. Little Gray. He's invincible. He's got more strength than I do. Look. What? He has far more strength than I do. What's going on? Because I could have been feeding him fighter weapons, which would have increased his strength even more. He already has more strength than I do. 65 to 109 damage. I claim to do more than that, but I actually don't. I actually deal half as much damage as this says, except not even close, times 2. But really, it's, again, not even close. So that's remarkable, actually. Anyway, I can hardly believe it. But we're already save scumming and grinding at the same time. This certainly is a Pedge video, isn't it? I can't help myself. I need to have like a little booklet of things to talk about. Ooh! That could be good. Or bad, depending on how you look at things. A griffin feather. A griffin feather adds 3 damage to a ranged weapon, but it takes up 2 spaces, which means it on average does 1.5 per space. Now, this coral fragment, an average of 2.5 per space. So, it's an upgrade to the griffin feather. However, the griffin feather... No, hold on. Yes, the griffin feather is worth not nearly as much as 2 of them. So yes, the griffin feather is worse. The griffin feather is worse. So never mind. But I will buy 1 anyway. Just so I'm not here for the rest of my days. Now, do I have any amber fragments stored away? I've got to stop talking like this. No, I don't have anything stored away, actually. Still don't understand this cowl whatsoever. But I doubt I'm ever going to use it, because set items are just too good in this game. Gosh, I can barely see anything.
Welcome to...
Oh, one thing that's incredibly annoying about a broken world is that for some reason, some insane reason, they decided that you should not be able to just click what you mean to do. That would be absurd. No, instead, what you do in that game is you have to click twice every single time. You have to click once to interrupt them, and then a second time to select what you want to say. Every single time. So yes, the griffin feather does save you a lot of money, but I'm not lacking in funds at the moment. Now her attack is 34 to 54, as opposed to 17 to 27, so that's quite an enormous difference. Although the range is much poorer, for some reason. Why would that be? Why would that be? That doesn't seem to add up.
If Celia said...
As in the numbers literally, I don't think that they add up. 9 meters versus... Okay, she doesn't even have any scout bows for sale. Luckily, we have one right here. 10 meters. So why is it that in Her name's not Naidi. That's the archer in Dungeon Siege 1. Why is it in the Daru's hands? This one has a range of 13 meters, and this one only has a range of 11. I do not know. However, I did discover, perhaps only in Broken World, but perhaps in this game as well, we're soon to find out. There are Colossal Mana Potions, and then after Colossal Mana Potions, you start getting more Colossal Mana Potions if your Natural Bond increases by an immense amount. Now, in a way, I want to snip this. And when I say in a way, I mean literally I just did. Okay, I'll keep that over there. What I want to determine is if I actually got the capstone amount in this. 25 points in Natural Bond. Mastery of Natural Bond. Let's just see what happens, shall we? And same for you, Daru. Because actually, I don't care about Tar in any way. I only care about you, Daru. So this is the one I'm going to snip, just so I don't forget it. Thank you. She doesn't have anything else in any other things, right? Yes, her only points are here. So if I take away all of these points... I can only put 23 points in it because I already have a bonus 3. That is so interesting. That's fascinating, in fact. Let's see what happens when we exit the gates to the city and enter the bushes. Now I realized that I had been getting quite quiet at times in previous videos after having reviewed the footage. And I think it's because I lean farther and farther away from the microphone, which, because I'm not compressing the audio, means that I get much quieter. Yes, 2 Colossal Mana Potions at once. And again with the Colossal Health Potions. Yep. That's kind of what I thought. Yep. So, incredible. So, the Freeze Ray is just like Grave Beam. They appear to have the exact same casting speed since Tar and Lothario are in perfect harmony. Which must mean that the attack speed is exactly the same. But yes, obviously a beam is a lot better than a slow-moving projectile. Oops. I clicked away, so my snip left. My snip left me. Why am I talking like that? I've lost command over my accent in the intervening period. How can this be? I want to go to the store. I want to go to the store. I wanna 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 go to the store. Okay. Okay, I think I got it back. That's my command phrase, is I wanna go to the store. I kinda hurt the inside of my cheek at some point recently. Fizzy drink. Or soda pop, or Coke. Depending on where you are. How can it already be gone? This is impossible. Man, you really go far. How much of this stuff we got? Whoa, those are big looking. A super health potion has 700. A colossal health potion with a very fast healing rate is 1100. A colossal mana potion has 1400. Well, we can obviously... What just happened? Why did I drop it? I dropped it again. Look at that. Unreal. 3 colossal, 3 colossal, 3 colossal, 2 colossal. Oh, a lot of colossal health potions on this guy. So now it's... Hold on. 3, 3, 3, 3. And that's 3 for him. So then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 5. So everyone can get 1 for sure. So they've all got 4. And he's got 4. And he can keep having 4 because he's got so much health that surely he doesn't really need a 5th. And that should be all the health and mana potions that anyone ever needs for the whole rest of the game. Okay. Now let me just get a look at Daru's plans here. There was. What do I need Far Shot for, you know? %39% chance of a critical hit, which deals double damage, and plus 40% damage. Gives her 66 to 114 damage, which would drop dramatically if she put on her old bow. Although she is slower now. We went from faster down to slow, which is the reverse of what it would be in Dungeon Siege 1. I said Dragon Age 1. If you could, like, click. Why was I unable to click there? That's odd. I do not need to go back up into the city in this manner, but for some reason I'm doing it anyway. Honestly, it makes no sense whatsoever. Now you, excuse me, 12, right? Let's try 15 and see what comes of that. You know what's interesting is that I seem to have been under the impression that you could only have 1 Embrace and 1 Wrath. You can have an Embrace and a Wrath. However, we want her ice damage to be roughly equal. No. We want as much ice damage from her as we can, so that we can beat the Taklak, who need a very high damage in order to effectively eliminate them. Now this guy... Sir, does that say 500 to 750 damage? That might just be better than having good damage. He doesn't have Devastation level 2. Ah, dang. Can't be done. Because he needs like 8 and 4 or something. So we can't have 25 in that. Although... I should have paused. Paused? I should have not been recording for that. I should have muted the microphone for that. I just need to pour some more fizzy drink from my... apparently pressurized fizzy drink. I guess normally they are pressurized, aren't they? No. As the Spaniards say, deliciosa, because tasty things are always women. Never mind. It's a coworker of mine told me that it's not no problemo, it's no problema, because trouble is always a woman. Which I thought was funny at the time, but now I'm not so sure what he was on about. Enchantable Great Hammer. 15 to 25 damage. And it's as good as it gets for me. So I could re-enchant this. That would be nuts. I'd have to be a madman to do that. Now this Great Sledge, if I added 12 damage to it, it would be 36 to 53. This is 35 to 60. So this Soldier's Hammer is obviously the best thing I could have. And my Waves of Force... well, I should probably get to Alacrity level 10, huh? Although I need Deadly Strike level 8. My goodness. I don't believe that there's anything I can really do. Obviously, I'm not going to get to Critical Strike level 25. And even then, it would just be like attacking 66 times in a row. Whereas this could be attacking way more than that. Attacking 4 times... per enemy 5 times, so I would only need to hit 3 people with each wave in order for it to best Critical Strike level 4 at a mere level 2. I can only imagine what the level 4 of this would be. Anyway, this only takes into account main hand damage, so just for the Taklack, I might buy this. But why is it such a high amount of damage? That's my question. It's the 25% damage. It must be. Because that adds an extra 10 damage to this. And then it's going to have an extra thing. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I figured it out. So actually... excuse me. Actually, I just need to find something like a totem sword. Or some other thing that's really good. And isn't that the crux of the issue? I don't even need to enchant anything. Now, it could be that I'm over-preparing for this, but... I remember, as a child,
If Celia says
playing this game, while it's using the Dr. Life invincibility cheat code. You're getting the attack lag and going, well, I can beat these. I'm invincible. And you can, but, like, you don't deal any damage unless you're using your power. And the power barely deals any damage either. So you really need to know what you're doing. Huh. Just observing the various things. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. Ah! That sounded horrific. Retroactively plug your ears for that one. I apologize. That's grotesque. Yeah, I like where this is. I like where I'm at in terms of my own skills. But I really do need a better main weapon. I mean, I can't have a two-handed weapon that's not as good as a one-handed weapon would be. I wouldn't even need to be cheating. Like the enchantable great hammer.
If Celia said...
Which isn't here right now. But like this. It would be better than this club. And this club is equivalent to this. So there's, I'm sure, plenty of things that I could do that would be better than this, and I wouldn't even need to be cheating. I can't pick that up because it's too expensive. Like this weapon is better than my weapon. 27 to 45. 26 to 34. Now for some reason, despite being better in both stats, my stats think I'll drop 7 points. And I don't really comprehend why that is, why that would be. Oh, look at that. I think I might be calculating it correctly if I'm on Summon Teleporter. 116 to 169 versus 160 to 233. Well, anyway, 116 to 169. 111 to 182. Why is it lower? 27, 26. 153 to 252. 153 to 252 because I did my thing clicked. It's correct. Why is it calculating it wrong? I don't understand. This obviously does more damage, but it says it will do less damage. The calculations are all kinds of fouled up. 27 to 45, 27 to 45. It says it'll decrease it even more, and it says it'll barely increase it at all. Why? What? How? What? 147 to 238. What? I don't understand what kind of sense this freaking makes. It's just wrong. It's just completely incorrect. It's utterly insensible. This is bothersome. I don't know why I felt the need to save since nothing changed. Could have just reloaded. Now it has a record that I save scummed. How tragic. As if it didn't know before.
If Celia said...
See, this enchantable hammer. 15 to 25. Add 12 damage to it, that's 27 to 37. That's more damage than this has, and I wouldn't need to be cheating. I could even take away this. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of funds on me right now, and I don't feel like... Although I could very easily save scum, because each one of these... I think I'd get like... Well, this is like 1,000. This is like 2,000 now. And this is like 4,000, 6,000, 8,000. That's like 8,000 gold worth of potions from a single run. But it feels too cheaty. That feels so cheating because... Actually, let's make sure that she's actually going to be harvesting colossal mana potions. This is actually very important. Again, with that stupid feature. I would like to shake the hand of the man who decided that when you click anything on the screen, everyone stops what they're doing. I would like to shake the hand of the gentleman who made that decision. And say, what a good job you did. Thank you so much. The game's so much better now. Excuse me. I peeked the mic a couple of times there. So it turns out, I forgot to actually give Deru the things that she had before. Ooh, that's a cool thing. Lunar petals. Huh. Anyway. It's because I noticed she was giving us small health potions, which we don't want. However, Tar's also not got enough to get the colossal health potions, so... So we'll just see how to fix that. Wow, it's big. Good Lord! What is happening in there? Oh, that is fascinating. So, on screen right now, for you all, I mean, you can see what's on screen. It looks normal, right? My mouse is moving like normal. Well, for me, the game is fully across my monitor, and it's fully stretched, which I don't think it's ever done before. But my mouse, it's treating my mouse as if the game is still in the small box it was before, which I can't see on my screen, but I can see in the preview, which is kind of shocking. So right now, for me, my mouse is where it would normally be. My cursor is where it would ordinarily be in the small box, which, as it turns out, is actually the equivalent of right here. It's actually right here for me, which is obviously not over anything. And when I tried to click on the continue button, I'm in fact not even close to the real button. Now, next. Yeah, so here's where you would pick the next difficulty while playing the original game, incidentally. Good Lord. Okay, that's... Okay, something has gone wrong with the game. That's fine. Yes, exit to Windows. Something weird happened. when I made the game full screen, it didn't get it got full screen, but it stayed the same weird full screen it was before. Let's just hope that that's not an insurmountable issue, because it would be impossible to play. Oh, thank the Lord. Praise be unto him.
If
Wha
Celia
hast
said,
given me the ability to play the game again. And again, there's nothing I actually want here. Well, let's check just how much skill she needs to be harvesting the mana potions in the non-Broken World version of the game. Because in Broken World, you certainly don't need to be at 25 to be getting double Colossal Health Potions. I think she would already be getting them, and I think she would have been getting them for a while. Because I'm currently playing as Daru and one other character. Okay, Colossal Mana Potions. Yep, there they are. And regular health potions. Got it. Lovely. Love it. Love it. However, what if? Hear me out on this one. Because that was 3 already. Yeah, technically, for DPS to be equal, these skills should be equal. It's very easy when they change at the same rate. It's incredibly simple to determine what will give you the highest return on an investment. When they do not go equally, why did she lose all of her stuff? We determined it was 16, right? We did determine it was 16, yes? Dang it. Now I have to go and figure it out. I've started noticing it everywhere. Everywhere I'm noticing this. We're constantly saying have to or have to when we mean need to. And it's so obvious once you start to notice it. And people say, I have to do this. We have to do that. And you're going to yourself, what are you talking about? We have to do it? No, we need to do it. Like, it is a thing we have? Okay, yes. 16 was enough. Got it. Understood. Now, 5 and 5 to get to level 2, not a problem. 5 and 5. In fact, that's exactly and only what we are able to get. Currently, 811 damage. That's a pretty sizable chunk of change. $600 is also not bad, but it's obviously not as good as 20 seconds of an average of 362.5 damage. No, that's not even close. 362.5. What am I talking about? It is obviously 312.5. What in the world kind of math was that? That was an insane man's math. A lunatic's math, as it were. Still not sure how to get to that side. That must be a second act quest. Because I've never been in the second act for more than like a minute.
Celia said,
Yeah, Celia said I was alright. Just trust me. What? Does this look like the face of a liar to you? I just really hurt my foot. Oh, God. Oh, damn. That was shockingly painful. Ow. It still hurts. And what's insane is that I heard it on nothing. Nothing. A bit of metal. A bit of dull, not sharp at all, not even like edged metal. Just a thing. Ah, but it didn't move while my foot did. And that is what causes pain. Non-compliance. Youch.
My meta.
Oh, sorry about that.
Greetings.
I interrupted you. Sorry. Ooh, what is that? Plate gauntlets. I'd love to see some plate. Ooh, elven armor. Ooh, another thing. Formidable plate greaves. But obviously they're nowhere near what Shadow Step gives me. What does Shadow Step give me? A 15% chance to find magic items. And then because it's a part of the set, another 20%. So yeah, removing this is like removing a 35% chance to find magic items, which is, I mean, you could catch me very far away from doing something as foolish as that. One thing that's different about Broken World, the Broken World expansion to this game, is the fact that armor, chest pieces, now have a new enchantment that they can have is on hit. They can cast a spell at a certain power. And I just recently found some armor, some elven armor, that had the ability to cast some kind of spell that dealt like 100 damage. But the problem is that it doesn't say what the chance is. It just says chance on hit. It doesn't say 5%, it doesn't say 1%, it doesn't say 20%, it just says chance. Which is a chance my computer could explode on hit, but I wouldn't feel the need to write that. So it's obviously a relevant chance. But what is chance? But what does it mean? What does it mean? I don't want to have to do research to figure it out. I just want it to happen. Anyway, I also highly doubt that a plate glove could be as good as a 44 armor. So, good luck with that. Now, what does the Lunar Petals actually give her? Mostly, why are her resistances so insanely good? Okay, plus 31%. That probably has something to do with it. So that's like 46% then. And this is lightning resistance, and she's got 2 of those, so the lightning resistance is insane. That's why the lightning resistance is so high. And then this is 10% fire resistance, this is 12% ice resistance. This pendant is worthless to her. She needs a new pendant. Go to the pendant store.
Greetings, friend.
I've got to stop talking like that. Lightning blast. See, look at all these great gold amulet, you say. That's a painful discovery. That is a painful discovery. Oh boy.
Welcome.
It is so painful because of the existence of the rainbow trinket. Oh boy. Because the primary reason I'm using this, I mean, 3 armor, basically nothing. 1 to 2 weapon damage, basically nothing. It's only the fact that it adds, I mean, 7 health is like almost literally nothing. 7 health is the lowest amount of health you could add in regular Dungeon Siege, and even if I got it while I was still on the farm, I would sacrifice it for a single point of damage. That's how little 7 health mattered in that game. In this game, health matters even less. So 7 health is practically a slap in the face. It's a spit in the eye. It's pointless. It's worthless. Anyway, the only thing about this that's interesting is the 8% chance to find magic items. I could get another 30% out of this amulet. You get 12 intelligence out of it. What you couldn't do, you could get strength out of it. I could get 18 strength out of this amulet. Huh. Given that this is 12 strength, looks like that would increase my fake damage by a certain amount. What is my actual damage? 112 to 163. 116 to 169. So that's 4 to 6 damage, which means adding another half of that would obviously be 6 to 9 damage, an average of 7.5 damage. Which is obviously way better than 1 to 2. But is there something even better? I don't know. Oh, this is put such a spin on the occasion. I'm balancing my need, my perfectionism, with my not wanting to cheat on stream. I'm fine with cheating when I play a game for, well, like, myself, because the only thing that matters is how much I enjoy the game. But putting it on the internet, bothering to record it, constantly talking, never stopping to, just always talking. It's not trivial. It's not particular. I just splashed fizzy drink all over the place. Thanks a lot. And I'm still talking like that. Ah! Why am I talking like that? Okay. Hold on, let me center myself before I finish the sentence. Talking all the time and never stopping to not talk is not trivial for me, but it is not as hard as it might be for some people. I can just say anything, and if I run out of things to say, I could just talk about how I could say anything I wanted if I wanted to, and I could fill the rest of my life with that conversation. You know, you just have to say, Panda wet whistle, and you go, Panda. Imagine if pandas had wet whistles around their necks all the time. What would that be like? Just talking of it's like you're describing a dream. I could just describe dreams for the rest of my life. It wouldn't be a bother to me in any way. Which is why sometimes I laugh about people saying, oh, I have to always be on. Which is, for someone who is actually funny, that might be difficult. To try and actively come up with funny things to say. If you're a hack, such as myself, there's no such thing as always on. So I would laugh at someone who was not funny and also complained about having to be on. You're not on. You're never on. So what? There's nothing to talk. There's no conversation here. What are you talking about? But anyway, we've gotten entirely off of topic, which is kind of why I can continue to talk forever. The point is, I'm bothering to continue to speak forever. I may as well not just fully succumb to the entire depths of cheating consistently. I'll cheat a little. But not on anyone. Only on games. I don't cheat on tests. I don't cheat on people. I cheat in games. A little bit. On my own time? All the time. Constantly. It's more interesting that way. Because I'm not going to, like, show anyone. When I finish a game without cheating a single time, who do I show? No one. So there's a game, and there's a cheat in this game called, it's plus Op Nauticus. And it drops a ring of knowledge on you. It drops knowledge, which adds 24 intelligence. And you need to be level 5 to equip the ring. So I'm finding it very interesting to play as an assassin, the blood-soaked assassin or something. In Broken World, it's a combination of ranged and combat magic. There's a skill that has a % chance to shred blood, and the damage of shredding blood increases with intelligence. It also increases with each skill point. Now, doubling the number of skill points I get, that to me feels pointless. Increasing my intelligence to levels that are nonsensical, that feels like I'm just awesome. It just feels like my character has a reason to be as cool as they are. Because, like, otherwise I'm just some schlub. I'm just some schlub in a stupid mask. And, you know, no one wants to be a schlub. So, anyways, I'm having a great time seeing just how ridiculously high you can get the shred blood damage to be if that's the only thing you have any points in, and you have every single item on your person gives you as much intelligence as possible. Because normally, as you could see with Tar, you have maximized this spell's power. Well, you can see with Lothar. He's maximized Grave Beam's power, which means his intelligence at 86 is too high to increase the power of Grave Beam. Now, he actually barely has any extra intelligence. Like, look at this ring. This ring is garbage to him. If I really wanted to cheat, I would just sit here and farm money forever and give everyone all the rings they wanted. Great gold rings, great silver rings, each one giving him 12 intelligence. And he would be doing a lot more damage because he'd be well into Grave Beam territory. And, you know, for a laugh, I might do that off stream or something. But no one's laughing now. Which means, of course, that the joke is on me. But at any rate... Oh, and by the way, I found my razor, obviously. I could not handle... I always had my razor. I found the charger, and I charged it. Maybe I already had it charged? I've already forgotten the exact order of events. But obviously I shaved my goatee, which I think I've had the entire time I've streamed this game. I think the thing that happened right before I went to stream this was I went to shave, and like moments before I started the stream, I went to shave, and it got caught, and it died. And so I had a goatee, which I've never worn a goatee in my life, but I had it for like a week. Almost a week. Wow. I've consumed a full liter of fizzy drink. That's, don't do that, kiddos. First of all, stop watching this. Second of all, don't drink a liter of fizzy drink in the span of an hour. Not if you can help it, anyway. Okay, chat time over. Nothing has occurred whatsoever.
Back to Brown.
I've decided I am not going to deal with the amulet problem right now. That is a lie. Because the whole point is that Daru didn't have a good amulet.
If Celia said...
Okay, 30 to 51 damage. That ain't nothing. Unfortunately, sledges look really stupid, so if I could help it, I'd rather have something like this. Oh, it's a mess. It's a right mess.
Greetings.
Elaborate ring, but no, you can't enchant it, so what's the point? Interesting. I'm an enchanted good gold ring. I don't even have a great gold ring. There's a great amulet before there's a great ring, but the first thing you can enchant is rings, not amulets. So I must be missing the great ring. It's not here again! What the heck? What the heck? There's a dryad bead that increases dexterity, which is the primary driver of ranged damage in this game, unlike Dungeon Siege 1, in which the primary driver of ranged damage is the value written on the thing. Okay, it can enchant amulets, and for some reason, he's not selling any. What is going on with him? I don't understand. Okay, so what's going to happen here is I'm just going to put everything I own in inventory. I wish there was a button to put everything in the stash. We are going to divvy all of this stuff up later. Oh my god, there's so many health potions. It is absurd. What I've decided is that I talked for so long that I can no longer abide the call of the cheating. All of this stuff is what we'll have to work with. Oh my god. This is everything we'll have to work with once we come out of the other side of the cheating. I don't want any more colossal health potions than this. Mana potions, we'll be getting colossal mana potions because that's how the game works. And once again, the reason I'm okay with the colossal mana potions is A, mana is stupid. In this game, it's a requirement to drink mana potions. I don't think that should be how games work. If the mage doesn't deal a significantly larger amount of damage than a ranged person or a melee person, then the existence of mana needing to be replenished constantly is a joke. It doesn't make any sense. Why on earth would I bother to use that if I'm handicapped by a lack of potionry? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what the point of that was. Anyway. Now I wonder... Hold on. What? She doesn't have biting arrow. Okay. If I put these on, she'd choose full mastery of survival. What happens if she put these back on again? Okay, it does not go up. Now, you wouldn't want to do that normally. However, if, for example, you need a very high level of something to get a power, the power, you need, it can't be from a thing. But you also can't go over the limit while you have the thing on. This is all making perfect sense, I assume. So you might need to take the stuff off to get to the higher level and then put the stuff back on, even though it doesn't help you, just so you can get the power. That makes perfect sense. All the time. Alright. So, yes. Basically, I decided to cheat. I'm just saving time. It's not like I wouldn't get money in the future. I just want to get the champion's weapon that the guy... he had a funny name. Like... Fredwin or something. Fredwin the blacksmith promised to make me a weapon fit for a champion, and I want that. I'm almost level of the Taklak. I just want to be really sure that I'm getting all of the stuff he promised me. Oh, yes. These enemies are slightly stronger than me. This is practice for the tack lab, you know. Wow. It is just shocking how inefficient this is in terms of acquiring funds. All of that work. What did we get? A health potion and 50 gold. Total of 75 gold worth of items. Even if we got 500 gold worth of items, that's three... No, that's two... Man, that's 2 potions. How many potions did we just get? 1, 4, 8, 11. He used 1,000. 11, 21. 21 minus 1. I think we've actually lost gold on that. Yeah, we definitely lost gold drinking from the Colossal Health Potion by summoning those. We got 75 gold, but this would have sold for 250, and it's almost fully gone now. So anyways, just from those 2 bushes, we acquired 5,000 gold. So obviously anything that makes us even slightly slower is anathema. I want, conservatively, 30,000 gold. Now that sounds like a lot, because it is. But it's also not that much. Because it's only like 6 times. Not even 6 times. We just got more. And we're about to get even more. I think we might only need to do it like 3 times. Like, this is an incredible wealth of money. Of funds. It's an incredible wealth of wealth. It's a wealth of wealth. Which is much better than a wealth of whelks. Ugh. Disgusting. Can you imagine a wealth of whelks? I'm sorry, that's vile. Because what I've decided is that in this type of cheating, I would estimate that this type of cheating is slightly, perhaps not entirely, but slightly preferable to the type of cheating that I'm doing with this thing. You know? So I need to make my weapon better. I'm going to just use a normal thing. Yes, 2 to 3 ice damage. 2 to 3... I have no money. Not for long. Just remember what I said. Oh, wait. I can just do this. Everything in their inventories is getting sold. Which means that netted me about 10,000 gold. So yeah, I was right. 3 times. Now, there are 6 slots on this hammer. We're going to do 2 to 3 ice damage, 2 to 3 fire damage, 1 to 3 lightning damage, and then 2 base damage. Or no base damage, and I want to do 1 of each of the 3 of these things again. And then we also want the Dryad beads. Remember, that's kind of the point of this. Now, what else can I put on my amulet? If I do the pine tar and then a couple of trinkets, then that should equate to that. We're just going all in. Actually, no. You know what? We're gonna go all in on rainbow trinkets. We're gonna need more than 30,000 gold, my friend. Far more. Now, unfortunately, we have to go back and put this stuff away so that I'm not sure why. Anyway, these will just have as much. Hold on. Hold on. Hold it. Hold that thought. Where is it? Ah, Daru has the enchanted great silver ring. I knew there was great silver rings. I knew it. Yes, this is what her pendant is about to look like. 60% chance to find, sorry, 30% chance to find magic items. Which is much better than 8%, if it's true. Now, I'm not 100% sure that it's true. I'm not 100% sure that it matters if it's true or not. That's what I... So we're all on, but we didn't go anywhere. It's because I opened someone's inventory, I bet. Because you can't do anything without everyone stopping dead in their tracks. As I've already gotten a little bit annoyed with earlier in the video. The whole shake the hand thing. Which, just to be clear, was a bit. It's funny to get angry, so I pretended to get angry. I'm not actually angry with whoever... I assume it's not actually a feature, and that it either got left in by accident, or is somehow... It seems unlikely to me, but somehow it's a glitch bug, and they couldn't get rid of it without rewriting the entire engine or something. It seems highly unlikely to me. It seems more likely that they intentionally put it in, and no one told them that it was the stupidest thing that anyone could ever do. But I don't know. I didn't write it. I didn't make the game. I'm not the one who decided that everyone should stop dead in their tracks the instant... I'm going the wrong way. The instant you do anything. I hope that was the right thing I double-clicked. I can barely see the screen. It's so far away. Money, money, money. Money, money, money. Give me the money. Ah, yes. Wonderful. Now, I don't actually know the exact amount of money I will need.
Welcome.
Sell it all, my good friend. Two rainbow trinkets, that's good. Now I need the sapphire splinter and the diamond splinter, I think. But I will take both of those. And I will take those just for safekeeping, really. I don't think I'm going to need any of them. Actually, I think that we can we can enchant her amulet.
Greetings.
Now, it will cost a lot, but we do have a nigh infinite supply of gold. See? A mere 5,000. Wow. It is surprising just how much extra damage you can get when you don't have 22 points in survival. Luckily, I have the mod that unassigns skill points you can respec, which is definitely cheating. Actually, she can keep that because she's never going to need it again, so we can just sell it. Only reason we have to put stuff away is so that it doesn't get sold when we do the auto-sell thing. It's definitely cheating. First of all, to have them on in the first place is already cheating because the game does not include respecking. You should definitely be forced to pay money to respec, but when you're using the respec ability to make money in the first place, that is essentially a moot point. It would just take slightly longer to get the total amount of money that you want. But really, who told them to make the game in such a way that you can get a 2,500 gold from every bush when you have a skill really high? Now, in terms of the survival skill, see, everyone stopped dead in their tracks because I opened the inventory screen. Very nice. Very cool. I'm sure that 73% damage resistance to fire, ice, and lightning is helpful. It can't be that helpful. She does have 100% resistance in all of the things, though. So she can't take fire, lightning, or ice damage, which seems nice, until I recall that no enemies in the game appear to deal that type of damage anyway, so what's even the point? I thought that might work. I don't even need to be selecting Tar. I just need to right-click on the ground while she has the spell selected, and then boom! She casts it over her own head, because she's selfish like that. That's what they all say about Tar. She's selfish. She threatened, and she didn't even threaten, she said she'd never talk to a friend again after she literally died fighting the monster that their friend told her about, and then said that monster wasn't tall enough. The monster that killed me, I had to be resurrected? Yeah, not tall enough. I'm never speaking to you again. How dare you make me think that this deadly monster who killed me was taller. That was a lie of omission. We're no longer friends. What? The woman's a madman? She's a mad woman. I don't know why I made it go full screen when I knew it was going to go back to not full screen. Where am I? No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. Man, you click on everything in this game. My lights in my flat just all flickered. Uh-huh, that's good. I did need that. They did it again, but for way longer. That does not bode well. Let me just save the game. If the stream suddenly cuts out, you'll know why. Okay, now buy that. And sure. Why not? A rainbow trinket. Buy yourself something a little special. So it's not the diamond fragment. Then what exactly is the thing that I need? A crystal splinter. Crystal? So, the people who made this game didn't really know much about things, huh? Crystal splinter. Well, no. You know, they have a little saying in America, and perhaps everywhere else. No dip, Sherlock. And why do they say no dip? Well, I've heard tell that perhaps it's because... Whoa, got dizzy there for a second. I've heard tell that Sherlock, when he is solving a great mystery, he lights his pipe and thinks hard about it. And tobacco is sometimes called dip. And so, when you say no dip, Sherlock, what you really mean is you don't need to light any tobacco to think about that one. It's because it's not a mystery. Or it could sound like shit. I don't know if that worked. Hopefully no one heard me curse, because what a disaster that would be. But no foul languages in the tags. So, you know. I have to keep up appearances, at least. Oh, that's Russian. The message has been held for swearing. But I don't know what... I can't speak Russian, so I don't know what you're saying.
Though I must say it makes my skin crawl.
I mean, the account is 13 years old, so probably not a bot. But, again, I don't speak your language. But if I could translate... Evidently, the last Russian message there translates to, yes, I am Russian. I don't know what I'm profi this game means, however. What time is it in Russia? Surely it's the middle of the night. Not that I don't normally stream in the middle of the night. But I normally stream in the middle of the night in the UTC 0. Ooh, mystery where that could be. I've done it again. You're a pro. How long have I been playing this game?
Welcome.
Not particularly long in the grand scheme of all things. But I am playing on an original retail copy that was purchased probably right around the time that the game came out. But I got to Act 2 a single time. I've restarted the game perhaps hundreds of times. So I'm very familiar with the very beginning of the game, but yes, I normally lose steam very early on, the first few hours. Or at least that's the way it was. I stopped playing the game for a long time because I find it to be far goofier than Dungeon Siege 1, which is my preferred game. That game, I'm a pro at, although there's no actual pro circuit. You know, a single-player game, although there is a multiplayer element.
Greetings.
Maybe, well, I'm speaking English. Isn't that all you need to know? I've said in the past that I speak with an American accent to obscure the region of the UK in which I am currently in. But who knows if that's actually true. I'm actually from the moon, as it turns out. I mean, It's hard to believe, but yes, I'm actually right where the dark and light side of the moon is. Right on the side of the moon. If you looked with the good enough power telescope. Oh, but I'm also streaming from the future, and I'm 65 million years old. So, in the future, if you were to look at the side of the moon, you would see my house. It's a complicated backstory. At any rate, I think what I'm doing now is trying to get trinkets. Well, actually, it's selling all of my stuff. I well, not famously here. I don't play games with guns. I don't like shooters. In my where I work, my place of employment, I famously don't play games with guns. Because someone found it very funny the way I said it. Neither do I play MOBAs. I played Pokemon Stadium once, but I was too good and stopped playing it. It's not called Stadium, is it? What's it called? It doesn't matter. I basically only play single-player games. There we go. Hey, that's better. What does this need to be at? 16 or something? And then 5 and 5. Yes, that's right. There we go. I think we're ready to fight the Taklak now. Oh, wait. That is the wrong direction. I've apparently abandoned my plans for the amulet. No, I never actually played any of the Diablo games. Although I've always meant to, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem to happen. Now this is a shocking method to sort potions by. What is this by random ID number? It's shocking, the method by which these potions are sorted. It's not random. Look, there's 5 Colossals in the top row, 2 Colossals in the top row. 5, 2, 5, 2. It's always the same. And then in this one, there's 1, 4, and then 0, 2, 1, 4, 0, 2. So it does it in a very odd way, and I don't understand in any sense what way it is. This is going to be somewhat difficult. I need to divvy these out. I'd actually very easy, but it's not going to work like that. Here. Take out Lothar, add Tar, give those to her, get rid of Tar, add my friend Little Gray. I forgot what it is. Go game. I don't understand what that means. like Go. I don't understand the rules to Go. I've looked up the rules to Go. Which is a board game played in various places. I'm actually not entirely certain of the origin of Go, but there's a pretty popular anime called Hikaru no Go. I have no idea what the rules are. I must have read the rules 100 times. I've never figured it out, even a little. No. These are significantly more difficult to determine which are the colossals and which aren't. But I think that I've got them all. There. Okay. Now, here's where things get interesting. Have a super, have a super, have a super. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And then give him... Sure. Seems about right. How about that? Hopefully they'll never need this many mana potions, and we'll be getting more all the time. Excuse me. And we have healers for this. There. And we'll be getting more colossal health potions, so I shouldn't even bother bringing super mana potions. I guess. Alright. Now we're really in business, and it only took an hour and a half to fight anyone. But, in all realities, that's probably pretty good for a video made by Mr. Pedge. Now, which one of these is where the Taklak are? I think it's this one. Now, if I get to the Taklak and he makes me a weapon, and it's not a weapon that I can use, I'm going to lose my mind. John? Who's John? Hold on. I have to lower myself down so that you can see the bottom of the chat messages. Okay. Who did that much damage? Who's doing 130 damage? What's going on? Who is that? I don't... Wow, we do a lot of damage here. I don't think I had realized. Now, who is... We gotta get to the blacksmith. Whose name... It can't be Fredwin, but it's something like Fredwin. But that's not a real name. Although I guess no one has real names in this. But Fredwin? It's impossible. I would know if that was the right name. Alright. All I remember is that he is one of the goofiest voices they gave anyone in this game. Even though... Oh, I forgot to... Well, they just won't summon anyone, I guess. As I forgot about that. Well, I guess, you know, actually... I can just town portal whenever I want. What was that? Oh, yes, the last time I was here, my good friend, Little Gray, wasn't an adult yet, so he wasn't automatically breaking everything. Now, I have to be eagle-eyed, because I have a mod that turns off all of the outlines of everything, but that also means that they don't show up as blue dots on the minimap. So I can't tell if I've missed a lever. Alright, now what is your name?
You found my anvil! I am in much better shape now. If you can find my mithril ore that was stolen, I'll be able to get started on the weapon I promised you.
Why did I start this stupid tradition?
Right. I will do my best.
All the best half-giants have their voices pitch-shifted for no reason. $225 damage. Immense. Immense. Well done, folks. Okay, now... I wonder if I sold them. But these guys... yep. Yeah, sold them. Okay, well, we'll get some back then. Fredwin. Instead of Feldweir. Okay. Plasma globes. Nope. Twisted Shale. That's where the money's at. And you. Lesser Scorpion. Average damage a second 33. Raptor 41. But Lesser Scorpion's fast. Life 45, armor 124. So it's got more armor. Has the same armor and damage as a Bracken Defender. Well, whatever. Scorpion time. And also a Wrath. Because she doesn't have a Wrath. She only has the Embrace. Being immune to curses, I think I was vastly undervaluing previously. Where's the Wrath? Wrath of the Bear. 68% extra damage from critical hits. That's not bad. Oh, is right-clicking to get rid of things? That appears to be a Broken World only mechanic. Get her the Wrath of Ice, will ya? Additional damage? That seems incredibly good. Okay. Now we're on to something. Let's get those Tacklat. Let's get those polygamists. Alright. I'm going to resist the urge to leave and get more fizzy drink. These Haku are starting to bother me. That they exist, but are so weak. They're worthless. Why am I even picking up 9 gold? How much gold do I have? 16,000. Now what would be cool is if this guy had regenerated? No. You quit that. Yes. Oh, they're easy street. This is easy street, my friends. Well, they're basically the same level as ups, so I should hope it would be easy street. I guess we're actually... I meant to come back... Oh, whoops. I forgot. They protect treasure. So they're all mad at someone. Me, Peggy. Whoa, what is that thing? Oh, that's the Twisted Shale. That's right. It looks very menacing. I will give it that. Oh, an armor stand. Good studded boots? Yeah, I'll be the judge of that. They're all right. They're okay studded boots. Now, in Pedge fashion, as it is prophesied, it is foretold, always go left. Enchantable great short bow. Whoa, but not as great as a great mercenary crossbow. Oh, another armor stand. If it doesn't start you out on something, you always must go left. You must go left. I mean, you need to go left. Now, if you get started on something, then you just go that way. And that way, you never see, I've almost said it again, everyone says it. That way you never need to feel like you ruined it. If it was random, but you were forced to make a choice, it feels worse if you were set to pick the right thing, and you changed your mind, you picked the wrong thing. Well, this seems like a room with a secret button in it if I've ever seen it in my life. There's nothing in this room, but there's guys. Oh, that's a button. A secret area? Yes, I'm epic, I'm told. Secret areas are no match for me. What the? A rusty armor stand. 3 in a row. I've never seen that. 3 bots in a row. That's enough out of you. 1 day old nightmarish holesy-doos. Reported. Chat messages. Scams. Viewership tampering. Selling views. Submit report. Block the user. And permabanned. Okay. I'm just too conscientious. Now, onward and upward, my friends. Anyway, if you always do what the game tells you to do, if you're playing a game and it says pick one of these 3 choices, but you get started out on a choice, and you do that choice, even if you don't get the thing, well, you always knew there was a chance you wouldn't win. What you care more about is losing. You can never lose if you just accept what the game has given you. Because that way, it becomes fate's problem and not yours. Now, hold on. Okay, my object detail is as low as it goes. Good. Because one thing I've learned from playing the game on Broken World, a lot of triggers for things that are out of the ordinary, like that cup thing in the jungle. I really thought that the door would open here, though. The cup thing in the jungle, with full object detail, there's a cup on every pedestal. But without any object detail, the cup thing is fully dependent. Like, there's only one cup if you turn off the object detail, and it's the one cup that matters. Oh, this could be bad. Is an orange enemy. No, he's literally getting owned. We're mogging him. He's a loser. This guy's a loser. A good spiked club, that's all you get? Wow, he didn't even give me anything. And I've got Fredwyn's Mithril Ore. Oh, and I've leveled up. How convenient. Alacrity level 10. I could increase the speed of my attacks, or increase the damage of my attacks marginally. Or increase my critical strike. Honestly, it might be beneficial to increase my critical strike more so than my alacrity. There we go. Now we have an extra 68 damage from critical hits. Now it makes sense to increase my critical hit percentage, now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I deal an extra 68 damage. Now, is that an extra 68 damage from what I was currently dealing? So is that 68% of 100%? Or is that 68% added on to my 200%? Right? So is that 268%? Or is that 336%? I don't know. Now there is another door here. So I guess we'll go through that one. I have a recollection as a tot. A 65 million year old tot. That there was a cavernous part involved. Maybe it's in here. Oh, that statue is a key. I'm curious. Yeah. See, this other statue doesn't do anything, and this statue does. And it's not on the map. Because the object outlines are gone, which also deletes its outline on the mini-map. So I would have no way to know that that was there unless my object detail was as low as it could be. Now the offending statue that doesn't do anything is gone. Only the statue that is there remains. So it's a lot easier to just hover over every single object of furniture when oh, maybe it's here. Maybe it is here. I swear that there's like a rocky section. You have to enter a cave. It's like one of the remaining memories of this game that has not yet come to pass. There's quite a few enemies. Anyway, when only the keys are left, it's not a trouble to inspect every lock. Come on, kill him. Alright, chest. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you want me to... I forgot. Little Gray opens chests by himself. I wasn't going to do that. Okay, well, what the heck? Where's the cavern? Am I misremembering the other side as the cavern? What are those? What are those shadows? Oh, they're dead Taklak Bashers. I see. There's no way I could confuse water for a cavern. I'm not an idiot. But maybe there's a section I'm not recalling on the other side of the complex. And that is a cavern. Let's find out. 258 damage. Who's doing that? How did it take 258 damage? Was that a critical hit? It would make sense if that was a critical hit. We are a force to be reckoned with. Eh. Water. A little water never killed anybody, says the man waterboarding interrogees. Oh, that's a lever. Pull the lever, Seraph. What does this lever do? Oh, a hidden realm. Hey, there's an armor stand in here. Wow. Good tribal gloves, huh? Well, good thing I found that. Good thing I didn't miss that secret. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be forced to look for levers in every single room, and it will be almost impossible to find them. Excellent news. Just what I wanted to do on a Thursday night. I mean, a Saturday night. Thursday? I can't even see what's an enemy and what isn't. Again, that is a benefit of having the objects, like, be a little more obvious. What? Oh, that's invisible. Oh, that's brutally difficult. Oh, hey, whoa! Dungeon Siege 1. Dungeon Siege 1 type of lever. Oh. In hindsight, it's obvious that there would be something in the middle of a ring. Yeah, good leaf boots. That's exactly what I thought it would be, too. Lights just flickered again. What? Where am I going? Interesting. Huh. I don't like that I'm being forced to look for levers everywhere. But maybe one of these levers, although I would find it difficult to believe, was more observant as a child, since I know for a fact that I was not. But this has got to be that's got to be a room back there, or something. But I'm not seeing any levers. Oh, was that a lever? Or was that one of my party? I think that was Little Gray. Well, that was thoroughly disappointing. I don't even know what lever. Why levers? Why was there levers that just got you nothing? There's no reason for those levers to even exist. It really does that not look like a doorway right there? Ah, goodness gracious, the damage is incredible. But not from Daru. Now I feel like I've missed out on... I'm switching gears. We just annihilated those Taklak. I feel like we definitely could have done it a lot sooner, but I forgot that it was a thing that we were looking to do. Just dropping everything on the floor such that my good friend Little Gray can have a go at it. boy, is it tough to click every single last item. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to stop talking like that, though. I'm finding it extremely difficult to stop talking like that, though. Ho ho. Ugh. I have a coworker who mocks people by doing a Mickey Mouse voice, and it's one of the most annoying things I've ever heard. It's incredibly frustrating. What is happening? That explains the cavern.
While you were away, a horrible creature burst through the north wall and stole my hammer. I can make nothing without it.
Why can't I not hear him at all?
An entire battalion of guards just to keep this place clear enough for me to work in peace. If you can find my hammer, that will be a start at least.
What bad luck. All right, I'll teach a lesson to that creature and find your hammer, good Fredwin.
But why was he so quiet? What was that all about? Can we take a look at the audio? Bring the voice volume up? I mean, I can't make the game any... I can't make it any louder. It's already as loud as it gets. Maybe my ears need an adjustment? That makes it easier to hear myself at the very least. Apparently they forgot to have him say that line, so I'll do it for him. The creature ran back through the hole in the wall to the north. Get him before he gets away, and get my hammer back. That's approximately what he sounds like, right? This is the south wall. You can tell because of this very big compass. What about the hole in the west wall? Oh yeah, that is a pretty big hole. Okay, so evidently I made the... Oh, that's extremely loud. Evidently when I set the voice volume, I made the master volume really, really low. That's not that loud, right? Oh. It's dangerous to continue streaming when I have no clue. Oh, a sanctuary. Also, what is this place? Explain the ruins to me. Why do they exist? What's going on with the ruins? That this wall connects rooms. This room doesn't exist. Look, there's a hole in both walls and no doors into this place. How in Azgadai's name did they construct it in the first place? They keep flickering, my good man. They keep flickering. The lights are really flickering now. That one fully went off. Seriously, if the stream cuts out, you know what happened. Maybe I shouldn't have been saving at all, because if the stream stops, then that could be pretty bad. I would never... That footage would just be lost to time, I think. I mean, you may have seen me, Pedge, get dimmer numerous times just then. That's a lot. That's a lot of enemies. Gonna want to drink, drink. Drink, drink, this town is so great. Drink, drink, cause it's never too late. Yeah, I definitely could have done this sooner. I'm just owning these guys, like, completely. Wow. Plus 12% nature magic damage. Holy cow, get that to tar. Never mind. Who already has 10% nature magic damage and a bunch of other stuff. So that's obviously not going to do nothing for her. Sure, give her more critical shot. You. More grim necromancy. You. Probably aquatic affinity, which increases healing magic and damage. My ears kind of hurt. It's definitely too loud. I can only hope that you can hear me over the game, because this video is going to be pretty long. In fact, this video might be so long that I might have to figure out on stream how to split recordings. I might make this 2 videos in one stream. Let's take a look at the hotkeys. Start streaming, stop streaming, start recording, stop recording, split recording file, add chapter marker, hybrid MP4 MOV only, virtual camera. Well, there's like all kinds of stuff. Wow. Well, goodness gracious. Look at this. Goodness. Good lord, there's a lot of stuff there. Okay, well, split recording file, we'll make that, what's something I'll never click in a million years? Shift F6. Okay. I'm not going to actually do it yet. What I am going to do is use the throne room really quick. So, yeah. 90 seconds or less. And that is a fact. It's a guarantee. I have nowhere to put the mouse. I'll put it right on top of my phone. That's great. Okay. Whatever. but I don't need your apology, is that line. As I've said in the past, these songs all have words. The intro, the outro, both Throne Room tracks, they all have words. I could tell you them, but I won't. Anyway, that's enough of that. This song goes on for another couple minutes there. That's not true. It's almost over. But I'm here now. So. Anyway, even though I know this is the case, I'm still going to drink this fizzy drink. Low-cal fizzy drink, if you've just had actual sugar, is disgusting. It doesn't taste like anything. It tastes like water. It almost doesn't even matter how much fake sugar is in something. If you've had even a gram of real sugar beforehand, it tastes awful. Which is why partial sugar drinks just don't work. They just don't work. They're just not as good. Like, you may as well go no sugar. Low sugar just doesn't make as much sense. But that's the in thing to do. Has been for a while. And it's been stupid for a while. Alright. Hopefully this music wasn't playing at the same time as my music. But let's see what's going on here. Insofar as I can see anything. There was a Wikipedia beef I may or may not have been personally involved in, where a certain person who was certain that cabals were out to get him was obsessed with using the word insofar, and he did not use it right. I don't know exactly how you're supposed to use it. No, that doesn't work. It has to be meant to there. I was able to train myself to say supposed to instead of meant to. But it wasn't until later that I realized I didn't agree with it. It just doesn't make any sense.
My hammer! You found it! I will work on your weapon immediately. It will take me a few days. Nothing but the very best for you, my dear friend. I hope that is acceptable.
A few days? But I plan to be gone before the day is out. How will you get it to me?
That's what I'd like to know.
I know you are familiar with Ireland, and normally I would send it there. However, commerce with Amalur has improved recently. Couriers are bringing me letters and packages from my brother there for the first time in months. So, when I finish your weapon, I will just send it to him. His name is Ferndolf, and he's apprenticed to the Amalur blacksmith.
Amalur? I know it well.
Good. Then Ferndorf should have no trouble finding you. Thank you again, my friend, for everything. You will enjoy this weapon, I have little doubt.
Good luck to you, Fredwin.
All that. All that. And you don't get anything. You don't get anything. I swear to you. I swear to you. If I get to Amanlu and this weapon isn't better than anything I can buy or make, let's just say I'm not going to be the champion that this guy thought I was going to be. I might become a villain at that point. I've got to stop eating sweets.
My metal.
A hat. A hat for Daru. What does she look like in an elven helm? Because currently she looks quite stupid. Even stupider. Perfect. Now, okay. But is there some way... Well, it's obviously not going to be on this page. Is there anything she could do to get an enchantable helmet off of you fellas? Nothing? Well, whatever.
If Celia says...
Nothing if you're from me. Don't worry about it. So I didn't even use my power, by the way. I did all that to get a sword, or to get a weapon that would work really well with my power. Get better main hand damage. I literally didn't use a single power in that place. Embarrassing. All right. Now, let's get back to the Azurite Desert. Not to the cliff. Not to the cliffs. Not to the cliffs. The desert. Because there was something in there we didn't do either. If I recall, it was this way. And it had a bunch of undead Azurite soldiers. And then, I'm not going to save. And after I do it. Because I suspect the guy who gave me the quest is a liar and a thief. That is my suspicion at any rate. So I'm gonna get the whatever it is that he wants, and I'll give it to him. But if it bones me, I might not do that. But how was I supposed... It works okay there. Lights are flickering again. It works okay there, so I'll allow it. How am I supposed to know not to trust every single person I meet forever? Always. Every single one of them. How would I know that? No, they're still in there. Those soldiers are still in there.
Of all the great leaders of this world, 4 spirits haunt my dreams to this day and keep my soul from finding peace. Ajunai, defender of the people,
Sorry. Important thing just happened. I gotta take care of these guys. I'm sorry about this. That's my B. Oh, wait, what? So, in Dungeon Siege 1, this is what a sarcophagus looks like, and you can grave rob the sarcophagi. This game, apparently not. Apparently you're a better person. And I mean, these are like a little bit more traditional sarcophagi. Weird. Okay, what was this clown talking about again?
Of all the great leaders of this world, 4 spirits haunt my dreams to this day and keep my soul from finding peace. Ajunai, defender of the people. Zeramoth, tyrant of the first age of man. Elendir, leader of the Agolans, and Ziria, goddess of war. Answer me this, traveler. When I slumber, which spirit first visits me?
What?
I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to answer at this time.
Good thing he likes that answer. Okay. War follows in the footsteps of men, and the abstinence of peace brings evil again. So it can't be Ziria, because war follows in the footsteps of men. But the abstinence of peace happens before evil. But so is it men? Or is it peace?
Of all the great leaders of this world, 4 spirits haunt my dreams to this day and keep my soul from finding peace. Ajunai, defender of the people. Zeramoth, tyrant of the first age of man. Elendir, leader of the Agolans, and Ziria, goddess of war. Answer me this, traveler. When I slumber, which spirit first visits me?
Azunai? I think it's gotta be Azunai, right?
Azunai, for he was a man and quickest to move.
Which spirit visits me second?
Yes, I was right. Ziria, for war follows closely in the footsteps of men.
Which spirit visits me third?
Abstinence of peace.
And finally, which spirit visits me last?
I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to answer at this time.
You speak with wisdom, child of flesh.
Oops, I didn't answer that.
I shall be haunted by these spirits no longer, and may finally rest in peace.
Who
The
were
way
you? What are you
is now
talking
clear
about?
for you.
What are you talking about, weird Cupid thing? Not that I know what Cupid is. What a disgusting thing. What's that noise? Ah! Ah! Level 30. Let's retreat a little, shall we? I hate you. Game, you are the stupidest game who's ever lived. Look, I can't do a thing. I can't move? There we go. Everyone get out of there. Oops.
I was talking with the voice changer on that whole time. Whips. Thank God those doors aren't open. One second. Okay. No more sweets after this. Looks like his twisted shell died. Oh, those were not very much. He's stunned. He got stunned correctly. Wow. That's actually extremely useful. Exceptional club. Wow. I can't even come close to using it. It also doesn't really help me. It's not as good as my stuff is. I have the melee, but I need to be character level 27. Why are clubs like that? Anyways, I guess that's what's after. Great. Hey. He's not close enough to open it by force. I guess I'll open it this time. And none of those are good. I mean, that's quite a good improvement for Daru in terms of the helmet. But in terms of everything else, 13 armor, not really prime real estate necessarily. Tar has no rings on. That's kind of crazy. Okay, well, heirloom sword. Oh, there was a thing over there. And who got the rare jewels pendant? Headphones started to fall off. That was weird. 4 armor, 1 intelligence. Or a little bit of health and a little bit of resistance. Well, that one's rare, so it must be better. Anyway, let's take a better look at this heirloom sword here real quick. It certainly looks very cool and very floating. You think it's supposed to be on top of a guy's body? Yeah, it's obviously meant to be on top of a sarcophagus, actually. I wouldn't call the lid of a sarcophagus a detail, necessarily, or really an object at all, but whatever. Okay. Just dropped it onto the ground. Heirloom sword. It's garbage. It's terrible. It's a two-handed weapon, deals 9 to 30 damage. But I still don't like the idea of giving it to anyone. Why is it pretending like my max damage will go up by 19? Both of these weapons have higher than this much stuff. That's goofy, bro. That's goofy. What?
The way is now open for you.
I got it. Let me open these other doors, though. Which I assume would have opened had I messed up. Don't tell me that there's no one left alive in any of these. And I missed out on valuable experience. No. Yep. Well, alive is a strong word. Nobody left undead in there. Not dead, undead. What's important is that you're still alive. That was weird. I couldn't zoom out there for a second. Whoa! A maid. Dead. Yeah, we rock. We're awesome. We are so good. We are so cool. I'm so good at this game. Oh boy. I'm so good at cheating in this game. Anyway. Now let's go find that bozo. Oh my lord. There's all kinds of stuff in this game. You'd have no idea if you didn't have object detail off. I mean on. Maybe I should leave it on when I'm not in places that seem like they could have secrets. It's just an idea. I have to get all the way up there? That could take ages. Oh, man. Pathfinding in this game is so terrible. You have to be, like, right on top of someone. Or, what? You need to be right on top of the place you're intending to go before it will actually allow you to go in that direction. If there's anything even kind of in the way. Okay, there was nothing in there. Very nice. Good thing I went that way, because it seemed like there would be something there. I'm so glad that there wasn't. Lights are flickering again. It's a bad look. Whoa! That was crazy. We hold down the wrong button. Now this is where this guy is hiding, right? I so don't want to give this to him, but I suppose I will anyway. Just for a laugh.
My friend, I can see that you have successfully answered the riddle, and that you have the heirloom. This is a happy day indeed. The Manu Ostar will be most pleased. For your troubles, I will teach you a secret chant, known only to those of my family. If you stand on one of the incantation shrines scattered around the land and speak this chant, you shall be filled with an impressive power.
Manu Ostar?
There is one more thing. Do not speak of the heirloom to anyone, especially anyone in Amanlu. It is painful to admit, but there are some who seek to tarnish my family's name and will tell untruths about us. There is a particular
like that
elf,
you're evil?
Athelas. who will say near anything to bring about my downfall.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
Now, my child, please hand over the heirloom. These old hands have longed to hold it again.
I hope to God you can't hear all my chewing. This would be unwatchable otherwise. I don't trust this guy for 1 second. No, I think not. I mean to keep it for myself.
Scoundrel, thief, rogue, may your children wither and all your hopes turn to ash. You will pay for this treachery, fiend.
Okay, the fact that he disappeared is not really great. What is that? Stalker bow. Wow. Magrum Erupto. Does it just kill you? Let's find out. Because if it kills me, I'll know I made the right choice. Remember not to save. If it doesn't kill me...
Voice change has been on again. If it doesn't kill me, then I'll be able to reload. If it does kill me, then I won't want to reload. Maybe we could have, like, tar or something not standing directly on it. No. Yep, I called it. I knew it would kill me. I'm a brilliant fellow. A terrible power indeed. Is that what he called it? Little Gray didn't lose any of his stuff. The only one of us is like wearing real clothes. So it's a good thing I didn't give him that sword, huh? Not gonna lie, I feel pretty pleased with myself for that one. Oh. We were in Rampage, not Mirror mode. Now, unfortunately, it did just kill all of us instantly. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot I did something. I opened the inventory screen, so naturally, every single one of us stopped dead in our tracks. Just like always. Just like good times. Just like old times. So well done, me. For guessing correctly that he was a bad guy, asking for something out of a tomb that he should have had every reason to be able to get into by now. Nothing about his story added up at all. And then the fact that he was able to teleport away by himself was kind of suspicious as well. Now, why did I do that? Because I still needed to go back to the teleporter. A fizzy drink just splashed on my face. How interesting. You know, briefly, I don't have the viewer count visible, but if I hover my mouse over it, so if you see randomly I just start rotating and it doesn't appear to have anything to do with anything, that may be me checking on something on the side. Briefly, there was 5 viewers, which is very strange. It was right before that Russian guy who's been a Twitch member for 13 years. I guess I don't know if it's a guy. It's a pretty gender-neutral name. X3Mal23Rus. 23 Rus? He's a Ruski? I don't know. Anyway. His first message was a swear, by the way. Let's see what his first message was. He's not here anymore, so we can... Let me just translate that. It translates to, damn, stop talking nonsense. If only I knew what I was saying when he said that. I have no idea what on earth he was mad about. Why would you say that in Russian? What a bizarre encounter. Truthfully, I'm kind of shocked that that's what that meant.
If Celia says you're all right, then you're...
Wasn't I talking about not swearing? What does that have to do with any kind of nonsense? Whoa, what is that? An ice snake? What's an ice snake? Melee 11, Nature Magic 11. Hold on, adds 8 to 13 ice damage. It appears to do no damage by itself. Or not. Or it's just messed up. It's freakish. That's extraordinarily odd. How weird. I think that that's added with Succubus, by the way. I think I recall that. I think it's one of like 3 weapons added by Succubus. Hold on, let me see if I can't get a hold of the README. New items: Angel Guard shield, Ice Snake sword, Lightning sword. So this Ice Snake is one of, and I guess Melee 11, Nature Magic 11, it waits until level 22 to start spawning in shops. That's very interesting. As in, it's very interesting that it would be a part of the game whether you have Broken World or not, because in Broken World, you do in fact use that thing. melee and nature magic. And the nature magic increases the power of your melee. But what it doesn't do is make it extremely fast to gain melee, because it splits your stuff equally. So roughly at any given time, I think your skill, each skill will be like 75%. 75% your total damage. The monitor went down because I made things quieter in my ears. Whatever.
If Celia said...
Enchantable good forest pick. What is that? Oh, it's a lightning sword. Requires melee 11, combat magic 11. Adds 6 to 26 lightning damage. Now that's weird. There's no reason to use that. Wow, that's quite a sword. See, incorrectly, it believes that this sword will increase my minimum damage by 16. That's not the case. I don't think that it actually calculates the damage of enchanted weapons correctly in this game. That must be what's going on.
Greetings, friend.
Tar, what can you use? She can finally use the Wrath of Ice. Plus 4 ice damage per attack. Is that better than 70% damage from critical hits? If it goes from 200 to 270, then yes, it's better. If it goes from 200 to 340, then no, it's not better. And it lasts for a whole heck of a while. What about a new embrace? Spirit Embrace. Oh, right. Immune to curses. The curses are really bad sometimes in this game. Like, minus 25% melee damage. Minus, like... I think Steel Magic decreases your magic damage by, like, 50% or something like that. Something crazy like that. You know what I didn't do? I didn't get the amulet out of my lunchbox. Doesn't this look like a lunchbox's? Maybe? Yeah. That's what an American lunchbox looks like. Whoa, there's like stuff on it. I don't think I've ever seen that before. You have to be really zoomed in to see that. Look, this stuff's like coming right off of it. Anyway. Very nearly just closed OBS. That would have been problematic, to say the least.
Greetings.
Alright, give me 15% chance to find magical items. And 9 strength. Boom. Which increases my damage by a whopping 1. But it increases my chance to find magic items by 7%. I don't know exactly what 7% literally means in this context.
Please take your time.
Now this can be given to someone else, not like Daru, but like Tar. If Tar had melee level 3, she nearly does. So that's actually not as crazy as it initially seems. Sorry, what was that second one? What has she got? Oh, those are both nature magic damage. And she's already got that in spades. We don't need to worry about that. No, Lesser Grave Beam is still better than Grave Beam. He needs a little bit more intelligence for that. Whoa. Enchantable jeweled ring. Enchantable good jeweled ring. Wow. You'd be character level 24 for an enchantable good jeweled ring. But why? Why on earth do you need that? Like, wouldn't it make far more sense to not have that? You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Say no more, say no more. Yeah, I would assume that the item couldn't be sold. So, smart of me. Correctly guessed. I mean, this is not bad for someone who has no rings. I can't believe I've given her no rings. That's kind of shocking to me. Arcanist, Bernard. None. He's got nothing good. Another rainbow trinket, though. Sure. Why not? That's a lot of noises.
Greetings, friend.
Enchantable Great Silver Ring. Enchantable Great Silver Ring. Enchantable Good Silver Ring. Enchantable Good Silver Ring. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Let's see what you have. A single Grawleye. But 12 rainbow trinkets.
Greetings.
So a good silver ring can thusly be transformed into a bountiful thing for a fellow like him. Now, Lesser Great Beam, still 59 to 175, but regular Great Beam, 58 to 174. So, with just a single more intelligence, it'll be half a damage better on average, and cost 2 more mana, so still not as good. Oh, I didn't want to cheat.
Back to brow.
I didn't want to cheat. Why is the game making me cheat? Why doesn't the game just give me all the stuff I want? Instead of making me do this nonsense. Just to get all the stuff I want. I want my stuff now! Wah! Now, I actually could handle some enchanted great silver rings. Enchanted with pine tar. Would be 18 strength. Versus 12 strength. I might one day catch up. I have 114, Little Gray 122. I might one day catch up to his level of strength. It's somewhat shocking to me that I did read a strategy guide relatively recently, and it was like, you know, it's actually better to have another party member than to have a pet. And I'm like, yeah, unless your pet's Little Gray, alright? Little Gray's the bomb. One might even be tempted to say he was the bomb. Diggity. A boom goes the dynamite, which I was shocked to discover was a term that was invented in living memory by some guy. Not only in living memory, I think in the last 25 years. I think it happened in the 2000s. I thought it was just a thing everyone had been saying since, you know, they invented TNT.
Welcome to...
Because, I mean, it certainly does go boom. Alright, that's freakishly bad. There's so much noise! Stop it! Stop it right now! I don't need you to summon the thing. I don't need the Spirit Embrace, and I don't need the Wrath of Ice. My lord, you are annoying. Now, there's literally nothing for me to buy. There are no rainbow trinkets, there are no Grawl Eyes, and there are no pine tars. Pine splinters. Why do I keep wanting it to be pine tar? What's that about?
Greetings, friend.
I'm just curious, do you have any great silver rings? You do. You do. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you. And you got some good silver rings, too. We'll keep them separate. And the good gold rings we'll leave over there, too. But I do still need some funds. So... I'm still... Oh, that's the wrong way. That's to the prison. That's not to the outside world. I'm still impressed with myself that I guessed that I would explode if I used the spell that said erupt. It had the word for eruption in it. I thought, might not be the best idea. And I was 100% correct. Now, what I'd like to know is what magrum means in Latin. Since they're obviously all intended to be Latin-esque. Well, that cannot be so. Google is telling me that magrum means skinny. It's telling me that magrum erupto means broke out lean. What does broke out lean mean? To what do I owe the pleasure, broke out mean? Rando is not a Latin word. What? So, what is it? What is the actual chant? The first mysterious chant. Rando conjurum es. But listen to this. I mean, this is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Rando translates from Latin to English rando. Rando conjura, though it asks you to translate it from Spanish, it also translates to rando conjura. Would you like to know what Rando Conjura S means? Well, Rando Conjura just means Rando Conjura. No punctuation. I didn't use any punctuation. It didn't use any punctuation. Rando Conjura S, according to it, means you are indeed a conspirer. Period. Full stop. What? What? And if you erase the S, so just Rando Conjura E, I swear by it. Full stop. Now, what about Rando Conjurum S? Well, Rando Conjurum is I swear by the spell, full stop. Rando Conjurum S is you are a conjurer, full stop. Huh? What? What? What does that mean? What do you mean? So these are all fake. These are all fake Latin things. And those are all fake, by the way, the translations. That's not... If you put random nonsense into Google Translate, you will get random nonsense out. For example, if I do that again, Rando Conjurum S. That's conjurumbres. You are a conjurer, right? Rando Conjurum S. Switch it from English to Latin. That would actually just be Magus S. Which would actually be more like you are a magician, but whatever. Rando Conjuru, if you forget the M, according to Google Translate, is I will conjure a sword. Did we actually do what we meant to do? I'm completely losing it. I'm not paying attention at all. I'm very intrigued by this this other thing that I've got going on here. But if you just do Rando Conjurum, I swear by the spell, let's switch that around. How would you actually say, I swear by the spell? Well, probably per incantatianem euro, which might be spelled juro, but there's no such thing as a J. J is a fake letter. It's just a fancy I. We accidentally made it a letter because spelling was not standardized until dictionaries became widespread, which didn't happen until the printing press. So for a very long time, letters just kind of appeared out of thin air because monks were writing stuff down and being humans and thus doing things not the same way every single time, unlike a printing press. Okay, I'm gonna get pretty annoyed if I'm constantly seeing ice snakes and lightning swords from now on. It's gonna get pretty annoying to me. Let it just be known. Now, what about Rando Conjura S? You are indeed a conspirer. That would be tu profecto conjurator S. And also, it's adding the A. There's no articles, definite or indefinite, in Latin that we know of. They weren't written down anyway.
Welcome
they may have
to
spoken.
Bernardo.
They may have added them. There's all kinds of weird conspiracies with the old Latin to do with, well, they wrote it down like this, but we have pretty good evidence that they didn't use it like that. That's not how people were talking on the mean streets of Rome and whatnot. And so there's this, like, vulgar Latin thing, which I don't really know enough about to comment on directly. However, it does bring up an interesting idea, which is, you write differently than you speak. And you would especially write differently than you speak if it was very difficult to write, time-consuming to write, expensive to write. You'd have a vested interest in keeping things as short as you could. So it's not at all inconceivable that Latin was spoken with articles, but they never wrote any of them down. An article, by the way, in English, we've got a grand total of 2. The definite article, the, and the indefinite article, or a, or an. But a and an, it's one of the only words in English that's like this. It's the same word. A and an are exactly the same. The only thing about them that's different is how you spell and pronounce them, which changes based on whether or not the word in front of behind it starts with a vowel or not. There were once more words like that, I believe, but we don't have really any more. I think that's the only one that's survived. Now, some people pronounce the and the differently depending on what's after them. For example, the end. Some people would eschew the phrase the end because that would be weird. It sounds weird to them, so they'd say the end. We're in the end times. You wouldn't say we're in the end times. But a great deal of people would say we're in the end times. They just wouldn't put a space between it like that. The end times. We're in the end times.
Good to see you.
So it's all very strange. And necessarily
My metallurgy.
I could buy this for her. Excuse me, I could buy this for her. Oh, there's full plate. 56 armor. But how does it look? Oh, wow, it's got those stupid pauldrons. Wow, look. I look just as stupid as I ever had. I feel like I look better like that. How lame. Lame. At any rate.
Good to see.
That's not going to be nearly enough money. I mean, that's not going to be nearly enough money. Can't start using an accent. Sometimes I'll slip into RP as well. Can reveal that that is not my real accent either.
Welcome to...
A single Grawl Eye, a rainbow trinket, and no pine tar. We'll just keep doing this for a little while until we get something useful from him, and then we'll decide how much money we're lacking. Because we are going to be lacking quite a bit of funds. But that's acceptable at the moment.
Welcome to...
We'll have to see... Wool? We'll have to see... Just where we're at. Attaché cases. Well, here's one thing I can't wait to do.
Greetings.
Just a regular good gold ring. Enchant that with the trinkets. And throw that to tar. I'm forgetting what buttons on my mouse take me to the home page. It's so convenient having a mouse that has buttons on it. Well, most mice have buttons on them. I mean, a mouse that has over 15 buttons.
Welcome
that
to...
are all customizable. Boy, is it slow getting what you want from a small-time fella like this. I need 6 pine tar. In fact, I need 12 pine tar. And I need at least 6 grawl eyes. I've got 3 grawl eyes and 3 pine tar.
Welcome to...
Sorry, pine splinters. They're not called pine tar. Well, that takes care of my grawl eye problem. Get some more rainbow trinkets, would you? Alright, here's a big moment.
Greetings.
We are not going to have even close to enough money for this. Never mind, grawl eyes are very cheap. This is still a big moment. None the less. Sorry, I went to his inventory. Foolishly, I went to the character's inventory that I told someone to put something in and expected it to show up, as if everyone doesn't stop what they're doing when you change inventories. Ridiculous, I know. Anyway... as you can see, Lesser Grave Beam 59 to 175, Grave Beam 58 to 172. Add 12 Intelligence, which is about a 10% increase. Well, Lesser Grave Beam still not very good, but Grave Beam now 65 to 194 is significantly better than 59 to 175. I would prefer a little bit more of an even split. However, I understand that beggars cannot be choosers. Thus, I'm not going to worry about it. And perhaps... oh, I have no money. Oh. Well then. Perhaps it's actually faster to just go directly to the Kithria Valley after each run, rather than go all the way down, do all the stuff, when I can just go over here and get 5 colossal mana potions, which is 1,250 gold. And it takes around 10 seconds to do that. Roughly. Very roughly. Give me pine tar, baby. Bucko.
Welcome to...
Rooster. He does that even with a mouse that is not broken like mine is. I mean, my mouse must be broken. Because otherwise, why would it do the things that it does? Look, I'm sorry, Tar. Okay, I am. I really am. I want to find out just how many points you need. Actually, it's better to be here. I want to find out just how many points she needs in order to deposit two, count them, 2 colossal mana potions from one section of the bush. Exactly how many points does it take? I don't want to see one more. And I don't want to see one less. That was... Okay, yeah, we did just hit both things. So obviously not 17. Well, let's try 18 then. Well, first, let's see if there's any pine tars for sale.
Welcome to...
There's the exact number I was looking for, as a matter of fact. I don't have any money to buy them, however. Not a problem. Get the Grawl Eye as well. And can't afford the Rainbow Trinket, naturally. Let's go to the Kithraya Valley once more. And in fact, I'll check all of the mana. I'll check all of the locations to see if there's a bush that's like right next to me. So I can do it as fast as possible. So this one's nice because it's just like right there. You don't have to go anywhere. Nope, that's still one. 19. Not expecting it to be 19. That's still one each. 20. That's 2. Yep, it's 20. And I don't think it gets any better than 20. Maybe I just leave her at 20. You know? Now, Daru, I couldn't bear to do that to. Tar, I don't care. I couldn't care less about Tar. She doesn't even have a final. She doesn't even have a ring on. Oh, right. I said I was going to check all the locations. Let me actually do that first. Okay, the first teleporter... I doubt it. Quite frankly, I doubt this is going to have Mana Potion bush right next to it. Because I kind of remember where it is, and I don't recall any Mana Bushes right in the vicinity. Yeah, unless it's like right here, and it's not. Okay, yep. I don't think that there's one close enough for me to care. Is there one like right here? I would need to be able to see it by now, and I don't. Okay, now check the next teleporter. Western Greyland Jungle. Definitely don't need to check inside the Elven Shrine, as I know quite well what's there. Is there one down this way? I mean, this is obviously too far. I should be able to see it already. But isn't there like a health bush over here or something? There's a bush somewhere. I don't see one, though. Yeah, obviously not, although I will kill that in, like, one hit, though. Thank you very much. That's like 100 gold. That's not nothing. I don't need a small mana potion. That's 5 gold. Don't even bother to pick that up. 5 gold per slot in your inventory. Literally not worth it. Like, having the space available for something more valuable is more valuable than having money at all. I'd pay 5 gold to have an extra slot. So why on earth would I pick up something that's worth 5 gold? Okay, nothing in there. What about the southern Greyland jungle? I don't see any... Oh, there is a bush. But they're health bushes. You know, 1,000 health will always be 1,000. Volk are never going to be trivial. They'll always take us a bit to beat them. They're never going to be one-shot, one-kill enemies. Are there any mana bushes over here? I don't see any. Okay, moving on. Next would be the eastern jungle, and I do not believe there are any nearby this teleporter. If I was going to guess. Any over here? I don't see any. Well, there's none on this side. What about the other side? Not seeing any. Yeah, that's too far away. Even if there was any, it's just not worth it. Because it's not just the distance from the teleporter. It's the distance to and from the teleporter. If I was trying to make a route. Kithrai Valley we already know. I don't believe there to be any bushes right at the edge of the Azionite Desert. Or I guess this is actually kind of like the center of the Azionite Desert. It's even sand colored. Isn't that funny? Isn't that amusing? Lots of annoying hyenas over here. Are there any mana potions in there? No. However, I do believe that there are mana potions on the other end of this teleporter, but teleporting takes a little bit of time. So it doesn't really count. Also, that was a lie. There are evidently no mana bushes nearby, although there's health bushes kind of far away. So that's something, maybe? Lame. I thought that there was some in these bushes right there. I wonder why I thought that. It's odd. Alright, next place. Lost Valley of the Azionites. I can't imagine that there will be any in here. There's a bunch of iron horns, which despite being relatively recent enemies, are already determined to be too weak for me to fight. There's plenty of gold to be found fighting them. Which I guess in some ways is a more noble pursuit than farming health potions as fast as physically possible. But I don't see any bushes. there are some bushes. It's kind of a long walk, though. But that is quite a number of them. So I could understand the allure of St. Mark's Place, you know. So that's something to come back to. Let's check the final teleporter stop, the place that we've been trying to get to for the last 3.5 hours, incidentally. Nothing has happened so far in 3 hours and 22 minutes. We've been trying to get here. Well, we finally did. But now we're about to leave again because I don't see any bushes. Oh, sorry, that's a fire-breathing blast wing, as opposed to an ordinary blast wing, which doesn't breathe fire. I was under the impression that they all breathed fire, and that's why they were given the name of blast wing. In knockout. Oh, actually, as a matter of fact, there are bushes over here. They're just past some enemies. So that's actually incredible news for our money-making venture. Fascinating. Save game. Exit. Yes. Now continue. Missed the button again. I have to be careful not to get too far away from the microphone.
Welcome to Bernard.
Sell them all this garbage I found. You don't need any of these or that or those. This. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be beneficial to use the old control button there. Sadly, we can't just have him deposit his entire inventory. Although it would be pretty sick if we could. Oh, thank God. So actually, if we just leave him on this page, we should be kind of golden. There was a pine tar hiding in plain sight. Now, with 10,000 gold, we should be able to do a little enchantski.
Greetings.
A little enchantski action. Give me a very strong ring, please. I want one. Thank you. Now, my rings already increase strength. So it's a very minor increase in damage. But let it never be said that I wasn't interested in minor improvements. Now for you, young man, the Master's Insight from Silks of the Master, that is a very good thing for you to have. 5 intelligence, and 1 to Devastation, and Searing Flame, and Ignite. Now, Outrider's Signet basically does nothing for you. 3 intelligence, 5% mana regeneration? What is that? What kind of nonsense is this? To what do you speak? surely it would be best if you had 8 intelligence and 10% chance to find magic items. Would obviously be far more beneficial. No. Yes, how much damage does that increase? Hold on. What? Don't do this to me. Grave Beam, 63 to 189. Oh, 68 to 203. 68, 65. I must have been clicking something else. 65. If I traded these, hold on. If I traded these, no. I don't know what I was doing. Anyway, give this to her. Yeah. She'd love that. Now, what we've already done is looked at what he's got.
Back to browse my fine assortment.
I did miss 2 Grawl Eyes, which means I made a grave tactical blunder just now. But I find it difficult to bring myself to care. So what I'm going to do now is go through the suite. Go through the gamut. Kithrai Valley first. Which we literally just need to go down. Something very strange is happening. And then pick up all of the mana potions. And then go back to the teleporter. Here's where things get a little bit dicey. Now we go to the Lost Valley of the Azyanites. And now we have to fight our way to the mana bush. I see, that's what was happening. Figured out the mouse situation, because I'm using the game box as a mouse pad still. And the cord was getting entangled with my headphone thingy. My headphone buds. Ear speakers. Man, it's harder than I recall to get to those bushes. All my friends are doing the actual fighting. Weirdly enough, if you walk around as the pet, the people move before you do. Which is a bit strange. I suppose it isn't that odd. And the Iron Horns have already regenerated. Now we go back to the teleporter. And go to the western cliffs of Azyani. Why do they call them that? Because Azyani was there once, I guess. I don't know. I don't know that. Yeah, just walk over there. That's a great place for you to be. Then there's just a few iron horns and a few, whatever that's called, in Inaka to kill. In fact, my friends will kill them, whilst I collect all of the mana potions. Great, great job. Now we save and exit. Enter once more. Continue. And note, I have 3,305
Welcome to...
things left. Less once I buy the stuff I want, which has been fully accomplished as of now. So 2,900, 3,000 minus 5 monies left. $12,280 gold. So that's 9,275 gold gained in that venture. 10,000 gold. That is a lot. That's a lot of gold. Wow. I'm so very curious as to the nonsense I was talking. I'm referring, of course, to the Russian fellow. His comment. His first comment in my chat, which there has been very few comments total in my chat relative to the total number of, you know, chats that could be sent, I guess. So, and it's a not insignificant portion of all chat messages I've ever received has been this one about chatting nonsense. But, and I mean, I chat more nonsense than almost anyone I know. There can be no doubt about that. But I'm very curious as to the specific nonsense that I was chatting, because right after he said that, he said he's a pro at this game. Well, actually, right after he said that, he said, "Yes, I'm Russian." Which is the name of a song, by the way. Which is why I was able to figure out what it meant at the time. Anyway, that's more than enough money at the moment, so I can just do a little bit of Spawnski. What exactly constitutes Spawnski? Well, it's when you make things spawn, to put it bluntly, for whichever reason. It combines the best things about farming, save scumming, grinding, or whatever. It's all encompassed by, oh my god. It is all encompassed by Spawnski. You don't need the first sh noise. Spawnski is all of it. I'm coining the term. Trust me, in 10 years' time, everyone's going to be calling it that. I don't know anyone else who does this kind of thing in games.
Welcome.
But those of us who do, we're all going to be calling it Spawnski. This we can have no doubt over.
Greeting.
Now, to make up for my previous transgression, I'm gonna put the intelligence all in this time. Give it to Lothar. And now this ring will be the first to be replaced. He still has not maximized Grave Beam, nor Lesser Soul Lance, which now does deal more damage, but it also costs over twice as much mana, and is probably not as good. And now this one, she'll take this ring for now. She might eventually take this ring. I don't know. Oh yeah, she doesn't want that at all. So yeah, she will eventually take that ring. Just as soon as I get 12 more intelligence.
Back to...
Yeah, let's see what you've got. Now, understood.
Greetings, Fred.
I'll have a look. I'm actually only looking for very specific enchantable items. Got item. They can't even use this yet. But I'll certainly buy one for each of them. Hold on, Lothar doesn't even have... Oh my gosh. We've got to do so much Sponchki. No, the first it's not gonna last. No one's gonna be calling it Sponchki. Now Sponchki, people could be calling it Sponchki, but not Sponchki. That's too ridiculous. There's a level of absurdity, by the way. Elys, however you pronounce it. To a real one.
Greetings, Fred.
The mod is great. Now, do I think I could have made a better mod if I was inclined to spend an incredible amount of time on such an endeavor? I wouldn't be able to answer that. I tend to have a relatively high opinion of myself, but only about things that I know whether or not I am good at them. I am good at a lot of things, given reason to become good at them. But I've never modded a game. I'm okay at very basic coding tasks. I famously wrote and then lost a text-based JavaScript game where there's monsters on a grid and you're trying to catch them. You're trying to find traps and trap them, but they each have a different, like, personality. And they'll, like, either move towards you or away from you or do other random things, and they'll kill you based on certain specific guidelines. Like, if you get too far away from certain ones, or you get too close to other ones, or you move too many times in a specific direction towards one, or too many times away from one. I no longer recall the specific behaviors of any of them. But they were based on the 7 deadly sins, as so many things are. Anyway, somehow, it was essentially finished. It was almost completely done. And I lost it. And now I've got 500 lines of code that are like kind of like the bare bones of how it would work, but I only have the code for a single one of the 7 monsters, and I don't have any of the code about the traps. Because there's even traps and odd traps, and then the monsters are based on numbers 1 through 7, so you need to collect trap pieces that are on the map randomly, and there's secret passages that you can use, and they can't, otherwise the game would be almost impossible. It was so interesting, and I was so proud of it. And it's just gone. It doesn't exist. Like, it's literally dust. It's upsetting. essentially. But it also brings up an interesting point, which is that
Back.
was something I had noticed about the 7 deadly sins is if you're going to personify the 7 deadly sins, it really makes no sense to portray any of them as ugly on the outside. Because the thing about sin, the thing about doing things that are wrong, no one would do them if they didn't feel good. So really, if you're going to portray, for example, lust, the deadly sin of lust, if you're going to portray lust as a very seductive entity, it needs to be explicitly sexually seductive. Because if you're being fair, all of them should be seductive. Sloth. I don't know how you would make fury
Greetings.
or wrath or whatever they call it. I'm not entirely certain how you would get it to work, you know. But what are the 7 deadly sins anyway? I don't remember.
Back to browse my fine assortment of reagents.
Yes. Only so that I can look up the 7 deadly sins. According to the Catholic Church, the capital vices are the cardinal sins. Pride, greed, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth. They're all seductive in their own way. I mean, rather than seductive, I'm using that as shorthand, even though it's a longer word. What I mean is tempting. They're all tempting. When you feel anger, anger is an emotion. It is not a sin. Wrath is the acting out of anger. Wrath is inflicting your anger on others. And that is very tempting when we are angry. So it's a seductive idea. In the same way, pride is... That's more of a thought crime, which the Catholics are really into. The Catholics, I mean, what would they do without their thought crimes, you know? They just can't get enough of the thought crimes. More than any other marginalized... No, that's wrong. More than any other common denomination. I believe it's trans, but perhaps simply queer in general. I'm not entirely sure. Some specific subset of queerness, or queerness as a whole. Catholics are far more likely than any other group to say that they feel bad about even thinking about the things that are not right.
Greetings,
In
friend.
groups that are majorly studied. I'm sure that the Mormons would probably beg to differ, but there's probably not... It's easier to stay a Catholic and be at odds with the Catholic Church, I think, than it is to be a Mormon and be at odds with the Mormon Church. This is just a potential thing. So, because they're all about thought crimes.
Back to...
Your thoughts, believe it or not, are unbidden, and if you don't act on them, it's almost like they don't even exist. Now, that's not exactly true. And there's some things where if you start thinking about it in a certain way, it could indicate something is seriously wrong. For example, if you start thinking that you're hearing voices And you think to
Welcome.
yourself, well, either I have schizophrenia, or the government has implanted a bug in my ear that's telling me things about people that I would have no other way of knowing. If you start thinking that, you might have schizophrenia. There's a very, very imperceptibly small chance
If
the
Celia
government
said-
might have implanted a bug in your ear, but if you're seriously considering that as an option, there's not really going to be a time in the world. I think we could live 1,000 worlds. In 1,000 Earths for 1,000 years each. I don't think that you would ever be in danger by assuming you have schizophrenia when in reality the government has put a bug in your ear that is a speaker in it, and it's speaking in your ear things that make no sense.
Back to Brown.
I think it would take at least 1,000 years in 1,000 Earths for this to occur, for it to be problematic to have that assumption. You know, at least give the schizophrenia medication a try. What do you have to lose? Uh-oh. I didn't like that it took it so long to load that time. That was a little concerning for me.
Welcome to...
I don't want the trinkets. I already have so many trinkets. Good lord. Oh yeah, she doesn't want that. And heat. What's that noise? Wow. That's very odd. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, 7 deadly sins. What were the other ones? Pride is kind of like a thought crime, but acting pridefully rather than having confidence. Confidence is a good thing. Pride can be a force for good, but if you act... Oh, it's not contemptibly. It's like patronizing, but the version of patronizing that's not, like, gender-coded. When you act like someone is worse than you... Starts with a C for sure. Talking down to them. Synonym for talking down to someone. Synonym. Talking down to someone. Condescending. Man, that was tough to come up with. It did start with a C, though. I was right. See, that's condescending. Acting condescending to someone. Condescending to someone. As a result of pride.
Back.
When you are very prideful, it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that you really are better than everyone else. Rather than taking intrinsic pride in yourself, I'm very good at my job. I know what I'm talking about. That's fine. And if you are good at your job, it's good to have an accurate view of your own abilities. Thusly, it can be beneficial
Greetings.
to have pride in that way. However, condescending to someone, and just because you're good, it must mean that they are worse. That is sinful. That's bad. You don't want to do that. That causes problems for people. Basically, anything that causes problems for other people is not good. I know that I'm really putting myself out there on that one, but I believe that to be the case. So that's pride. So it's seductive, basically. When you are good at something, it's very tempting to say, to assume that other people must be worse at it than you. They must be bad. You talk down to them. It's a seductive, not necessarily idea, but it's a seductive call. Now, others. We went through wrath. Greed, that's a pretty obvious one. Obviously, greed is seductive. When you do not have something and someone else, well, no, that's envy. If you don't have something and you want it, wanting,
If Celia said,
aka desire, I mean, the Buddha said it best when he said desire, greed, often translated as greed.
Greetings, friend.
Is the root of all evil. And I 100% agree with that. For real, it ain't good to be greedy. You should only take what you need. If it doesn't make your life better, just don't deal with it. Only deal in things that improve your own existence. It's easy to say. It's very easy to say. It's not so easy to do. We should probably be getting more stuff. I'm out of money. Time for some more. What was I calling it again? Spawn schwa. Right? Yeah, because it was spawn schwa. But spawn schwa sounds insane. Spawn schwa. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, envy. It should be pretty obvious why envy is a seductive idea. If someone has something that you don't have and you want it, again, desire, root of all evil. Lust, literally seductive. For obvious reasons, doing things that feel good, and obvious. Gluttony, food is good. Food tastes good. Food makes you feel good. That's a seductive thing. And sloth, not doing anything, is perhaps the most seductive idea of all. So, if you're going to personify the deadly sins, they should all be seductive in their own way. None of them should be ugly. If they were ugly, no one would do them. They should be tempting, each in their own way. This was brought up by probably a Tumblr text post or something along those lines, where someone was like, why is it that lust is always portrayed as being very lustful and seductive, whereas gluttony is often gets the short end of the stick and is like a fat slob. But it should be that if you're going to portray one of them as suffering from the sin, gluttony, and one of them as being, like, portraying the sin, attempting to others to fall into the sin, then really, if you show lust as a seductive woman, then gluttony should be a 5-star chef, or a 3-star chef, if you're talking Michelin stars. They should be a gourmet chef, which makes sense. So I'd be curious how you would how you'd personify pride in that case. So lust, obviously a seductive man or woman who dresses revealingly but not but not like grotesquely so. Like a fine evening gown rather than like lingerie, or like a three-piece suit rather than a Speedo. And obviously, gluttony would be the chef, as we already mentioned. Pride would be... How do you tempt someone into being prideful? We'll come back to that. How do you tempt someone into being greedy? Well, I guess they would be some kind of banker or something. They would be an investment broker.
If Celia...
Who's always trying to get you to invest in things. Doesn't really work that well, but, you know, we'll call it an investment broker for now.
Welcome to Bernard's...
Did I finish saying that even with the mouse that isn't broken, he's always closing his inventory as soon as you open it? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to hold down control for this one. Ah, the spawn draw. Not as much money as I got last time. No, it's probably about as much. I think I had basically no money left. Okay. Wrath. How do you tempt someone into being furious in a tempting way? I guess they'd be like a troll, like an internet troll. Or they would always be smug. Yes, smugness, I've always said this. Smugness truly is the worst of all human emotions.
Greetings, Fred.
Or perhaps
Greetings.
cockiness. Oh, the cost of this is going to be immense. Oh, that's almost too much money. But not quite. Yeah, give it to, don't give it to Lothar. He already has an okay one. Give it to Tar. Now we should have way more percent chance to find set items. That is why, by the way, I've got all of these percent chance to find magic items. I'm trying to find the set items as fast as I can because they're by far the most interesting part about this game. The lore is whatever, who cares. Alright, let's keep thinking. So Wrath is an internet troll, Greed is an investment banker. Lust is obvious. Gluttony is a chef. Sloth. Who would tempt you into committing sloth? I guess he'd be like your stoner friend, always trying to smoke weed. That would be sloth. Nah, that's too lame. That's not seductive enough because, sure, plenty of people probably smoke weed with their stoner friend, and don't see anything wrong with that. But also, that would definitely cause a lot of people to, like, know something was wrong. Like a 5-star chef trying to convince people to eat. There's nothing wrong with that. It makes perfect sense. And eating can easily be made to seem like a good thing. There's nothing wrong with enjoying delicious food. The problem is when you overdo it. such as I myself do. So if you have a very charismatic chef who makes the best food, it could cause someone to become a glutton. But sloth, a stoner friend. It's very easy to just go, well, I don't smoke weed. I'm not gonna start now. So what would cause you to become slothful? I'm not sure. That leaves us with, I think, envy, pride, and sloth are all hard to come up with personifications that tempt you into doing the sin. Envy. I mean, I can imagine a story in which someone is, like, directly targeted by a demon of envy, but it would never work on, like, a scale that, like, a chef would work, where a chef, you know, easy to tempt anyone. A beautiful man or woman or entity that could tempt anybody. Envy is this strange, like, it's a strange thing where it could be anything as long as someone else has it. So it would be like, you could imagine a demon of envy would start a relationship with a character and then, like, cheat on them a bunch to make them envious. Or they wouldn't have necessarily need to be in a relationship, but, like, lead them on and then have relations with other people to tempt them into being envious. But that would never, that's not like that's not an archetype. You know, investment banker, beautiful person, gourmet chef, those are all archetypes. And it's important that the sin be accessible to everyone. A troll can get anybody, unless you don't feed them. Or if you don't read spam. And that's a little Weird Al Yankovic
Welcome
joke
to
for you.
Bernard's.
By the way, it said Town of Ireland in the corner because I think I had the game minimized for that bit. Isn't that amusing? Okay. I don't need pine tar, but I'll start hoarding it for some reason. No worries. Hey, yeah, don't worry about it.
Greetings.
I'll hoard it. You there? Yes, even more damage. We're so cheating. It's such cheat. Not yet. Wow. 86 to 143. Alright. Let's actually sell our stuff.
Greetings,
Because
friend.
we all have far too much things. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. No one needs that. I will hang on to that, though. And put these all back in your repertoire, would you? And you can put that back. Oh yeah, those things. Well, we don't need to cheat that hard. I've had enough of the spawn swap. I need there to be some progress in the game before I split the recording. Because that'll be... By the way, when I split the recording... I don't think anyone is watching. Yeah, no one is watching the stream right now. Or it says one viewer, but I'm pretty sure that that's myself. Though, randomly, sometimes it doesn't count me. And it'll say that 0.4 people on average watch my stream, but normally it's 1.1 or 1.4 or 1.9, depending on who's there. Oh yeah, put that in there. Oh yeah, he's got far too much. He doesn't need any of these things. I don't need Lesser Grave Beam. I also don't need to store it, but whatever. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Well done. Wowza. It'd be so interesting to be a sword and shielder and to see just how high the block chance gets and just how much armor you can get. Oopsie daisies. It would be very interesting. This game is one that definitely benefits from having an unassigned skill points button, so that you don't need to play the game 5 times. Because in this game, you are so harshly locked to one specific type of thing. Where yes, in Dungeon Siege 1, if you started as a melee character, you need to be a melee character. There is no other option for you. But in this game, you need to pick whether you're two-handed, two-bladed, or sword and shield. At the very beginning of the game, you need to pick this. And if you pick wrong, well, you're gonna have to play the game 3 times in a way that you don't like, or start over from the beginning. Because of the way the game works. You play the same story 3 times, and you keep your skills, I believe. I don't believe that when you finish the game, it, like, resets that. Sorry, if you teleport back and forth, you don't need to restart the game, I guess. This is fine. This is more than acceptable, I don't care. Ooh, Plagued Scath Zealots. Isterus Caverns. Yes, I'm now well above the level I'm meant to be. Well, actually, supposed would have worked just fine, but I forgot to say. Because the developers of the game will have supposed that people would be certain levels at certain points in the game. And that is why they make enemies the level that they are. There's a lot of supposition going on, so it'd be perfectly reasonable to use the term supposed there. I didn't eat. It's a good thing that this donkey's with me, because I had no idea that there were barrels there. I didn't realize just how good of an idea it was to raise Lil Grey. It's turning out to be quite a decision. Whoa, got froze did there. Oh yeah, because of the wrath of whatever. Oh, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people here. Luckily, they're all losers. I should do like hearing the game instead of seeing it. Level 23 died. I suppose I should increase the speed at which I attack. A 2% damage increase is 2% damage, but it's even less than 2% damage. It's actually not 2% though. What's that? 3.3% damage? But let me tell you what it actually is. Because my current damage potential is 1.406 of what it normally is. 1.406 damage. It's going up to 1.439, which is a nominal increase of 3.3%. But it's an actual increase of 2.35%. Versus this 1.2% nominal increase, which is way lower than that. So why would I ever pick this? I guess it's combined with this chance, I suppose. Hey, I don't need this anymore, though. I'm curious about something. How high could I possibly get it? 31% increase in melee attack speed. Let's see if that's even noticeable to me. It should be. It should be noticeable. If I ever get to attack anything. Now hold on. I mean, my damage is... How do you get up there? Probably going around... Oh, there's 2 ways to go. Oh, that's great. That's grand, in fact. I love that type of thing. Anyways. Anyway, I've never determined the best way of doing it. I do it both ways, randomly. I can't see a thing. I cannot see anything. Okay, yes, that's obviously faster than normal. That much is very obvious to me now. So it's good to be that high. Don't take that out of context, please. 106 to 174. How high up can my damage get? Plus 86.3%. 182 to 199, which is actually 106 to 174. What? Is that true? 106 to 174 versus 182 to 299. Wait, what? Right now it's the same. 106 to 174. Would you look at that? What? First of all, my actual damage with this weapon is 51 to 88. So if you double that, it'd be 102 to 176. It's 113 to 185. Do you suppose that 102 times 1.08 is 110? Now hold on. What's this one? 50 to 181, 51 to 88. Add those together. 50 plus 51 is obviously 101. And 81 plus 88 is obviously 169. 113 to 185. 171? I don't understand exactly what's going on, but I suppose that it does not actually really have that big of an impact. I'm disappointed that I haven't seen any set items drop, despite my percent chance to find magic items being unbelievably high. That annoys me. Now, if my critical hit chance was as high as it went, what would it be at? It'd be at 61%. $106 to 174. See, 106 to 174 is what I'm at without the 8% increase in damage from dual wield. Which is when you change to a spell, is what it tells you about. Now it's 113 to 185. This is still 106 to 174. Put 9 points in it. Now it's plus 37% damage. 139 to 228. Well, what about 106 to 174? Interested yet? That's too high. Get to 30%. And make yourself faster a little bit. Just kidding. Only make yourself fast enough to get to level 2 of Alacrity. Now, in theory, raising the one that increases, that is lower, when you do optimization, because they're being multiplied, because we're looking at the product of these two numbers, we want them to be as close together as we can. It's called optimization. It's a field of mathematics. And basically the math says that, like, if you think of a rectangle, imagine this. This is now an educational stream / video. Tell your parents that. First of all, stop watching. Second of all, tell your parents that this is education. In calculus, there's something called optimization, which you use integrals and derivatives and stuff like that. It's quite complicated. It's like differential equations or something. It's an important field. It's an element of calculus, is optimizations. So it's very easy to do for a square. It is much more complicated to do for other shapes, and especially for perimeters. And it's especially difficult when you have to combine the perimeter with the area, maximize area with a given perimeter. So if you have full control of the perimeter, all four sides of any shape, well, let's only talk about rectangles. If you wanted to enclose the largest amount of area with a given amount of material, say fence posts and beams, if you wanted to enclose the largest amount of space, you would use a square, which is obvious once you know it, and it becomes impossible to not know that. It's just instinctive, well, obviously, but it's not actually that simple. For example, just to prove the point of why it's a square, imagine a rectangle that looked like this. Is a very long rectangle. Let's say this is 100 units, this is 100 units, and this is 10 units. There's a perimeter of 220 units. The area enclosed is 1,000 square units. It's 10 times 100. using the same 220 units of material, if you made it 5 feet shorter, I said feet, made it 5 kilometers shorter, if you made it 5 femto light seconds shorter, you made it 5 units shorter, it would still be it would now be 105, that's 210, plus 5 and 5 is 220. So now it's 5 times 105 to get the area. It uses the same amount of material, but it goes from an area of 1,000 square units to only an area of 525 square units, using the same amount of material. So if you have that 220 units of fence, and you made a square of 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 milkshakes. I don't remember the bit. It's a great sketch. That's I think you should leave. Sketch. I'm trying to do something. Anyway, you could enclose a potential area of 3,025 square units. If you changed it, instead of 55, you changed it to 54, 56. Well, all of a sudden, now you're only enclosing 3,024 square units. It's an exponential in half. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I'm sure it's actually extremely easy to calculate or impossible to calculate without a graphing calculator. Well, obviously nothing's impossible to calculate without a graphing calculator. Next to impossible to do the maths in your head, maybe, or very obvious. It's either exactly root x is the scaling equation for it. But so, as you saw, when we were at 110, changing it by 5 halved, roughly, this base. Here, changing it by 1, not that different from 5. It only changed by 1. It changed by 1/3 of 100th of a percent. If you did 50, 60, 50, 60, that's 3,000. So you're down by 25 square units. You've changed the perimeter by the same amount you changed it before. But imagine this. Imagine you've got 220 units to work with because it was 10, 100, 110. Imagine you're down to 1 and 1 and 109 and 109. Well, can anyone in the class do 1 by 109? It's 109 square units. And the number keeps going down further and further. Now it's half a unit long, and it's 109.5 by 109.5. Well, now it's 54 3/4 square units, I think. Yes, 54 3/4 square units, and it goes down from there. You can essentially get, asymptotically approaches 0. The longer one side of this rectangle is, the closer you get to 0 area. Interesting, huh? This is similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. I want to do the most amount of damage. Let's assume that increasing the damage directly and increasing the chance to deal double damage versus single damage is the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing, but across an infinite number of strikes, it comes out to the same number. If I have a 5% chance of dealing double damage, 95% of the time, I deal 100% damage. And I add to that the 0.5%, the 5% of the time that I deal 200% damage. Well, I deal 105% damage on average. which is the same thing as increasing my damage by 5%. But if you can do both, if you can increase it on one side and on one side, you would want them to increase at the same rate. But we have an optimization problem here because it's not so simple. Because this critical strike, 30%, I can increase it by 2.2%. But on dual wield, I can increase it by 3.3%. Even accounting for the fact that this is actually only going to increase it by 2.5%, I don't think that that is the same thing as this increasing by 2%, because this isn't increasing by 2.2%. It's increasing by less than that as well, because it's also over 1. So you have an optimization problem where this one increases at a different rate than this one. At a certain point, you will gain a higher amount of damage by increasing your critical strike than by increasing your dual wield. And this isn't even counting the actual damage equation that involves the armor of the enemy and your damage and your strike, because in this game, just like last game, is a combination of flat armor and multiplicative damage reduction. The mitigation is a combination of flat damage reduction and multiplicative. So the more damage you deal, the more damage you do against an armored opponent, such that if they have a very high amount of armor, it is disproportionately advantageous for you to deal more damage than to deal the same amount of damage in a shorter time. Because each hit, if it is too low, it will start doing nothing, which we saw against the decorated Taklak tracker that we fought in the caves. It couldn't have been last stream, 2 streams ago, I guess. And so we saw that we were dealing basically nothing. We were doing 5 damage to it until we used a skill. And then it dealt... This skill is intended to deal 30 times as much damage, but it actually dealt like 100 times as much damage or something. Or whatever. Maybe not directly along those lines, but something along those lines anyway. So I kind of went too far ahead. There is an exact time at which you should switch to gain a critical strike over a dual wield. In this case, dual wield will almost certainly increase my damage by more. And we could just, it's very easy to do guess and check here, the guess and check maths, which is where it's actually extremely simple to find the answer, because I only need to do one calculation to know if the answer is yes or no. And even if I wanted to check every single combination of different amounts of these, I can obviously discount any of them where they're the same, maybe not the same. Any of them where I have more critical strike than I have dual wield is obviously going to be better to do a dual wield, because dual wield increases higher, more than this does. So it's just obvious. You don't need to do any math for that. So you can discount half of the possible permutations. So I really only need to do it couldn't be more than 100 different calculations to know when it would surpass it. But I don't even care about those permutations. I only care about the permutations that have a chance of actually occurring, which is only ever going to be, in the future, at a single point in time. You know? But you also have to include the attack speed, because I'm not starting out at 100% damage. I'm starting out at 106.5. Now, multiply that by 30.1 times 1.301, and then multiply that by 1.406. And according to this, with this 30%, this 40%, and this 6%, I'm actually dealing 95% extra damage. So now all I have to determine is just do the calculation with the 32.3 and with the 43.9 to see which one will increase me more. So I just need to do 1.065 times 1.323 times 1.406, I believe. So if I increased critical strike, my damage would go up to an increase of 98.104 and change percent. 98.1% damage increase versus the original 1.301 times 1.439 times 1.065, and we would see that by increasing dual wield, my damage will go up to 99.4%. So it's obvious that I should do that. But now, do I go up one more and leave this even further behind? Because in theory, we would want these to be the same. But because I'm increasing this one at a disproportionate rate, we're cheating. We're not doing the real calculus, because calculus is somewhat difficult in certain situations and literally trivial in other situations. I recall my father explained calculus to me when I was in year 8, year 7 maybe. He explained calculating area under the curve to me as a youngin. Good old pops. Yeah, I don't know if it was year 8 or year 7, but I think I was most likely 12, and maybe I could have been 11. It's probably year 7. Now that I think about it, it was definitely year 7. Yes, I learned about calculus in year 7, and then I didn't know that I already knew the beginnings of calculus until probably like maybe the end of year 10, maybe the beginning of year 11. I don't know. Anyway, I had definitely not asked anything to do with calculating the area under the curve, but excuse me, my father decided that I needed to know it anyway. Now, derivatives. I mean, it's right in the name there, derivative, bro. It's like, what's the derivative of x squared? That's impenetrable if you don't know how easy the answer is. Here, if you're watching this, and you shouldn't be watching this, even though I'm not cursing and nothing really that bad is happening in this game, hold on. I want to know what it is in America. No way. What? The ESRB rated this game mature, 17 plus. You're meant to be 17 years old to play this game. PEGI rating is 12 plus, which makes far more sense. If you were under the age of 12, you shouldn't be watching this. But I was playing this game when it came out, and I can reveal that I was not 12 years old in 2005. That would put me 93, I would have had to have been born to be 12 in 95. I was not yet born in 1993. So, not quite 12. So yeah, if you are under the age of 12, really freak your maths teacher out with this one. Although maybe in the future this will be obvious. The derivative of x squared is 2x. Crazy. It's trivial. It's the easiest maths in the world. What's the derivative of x squared? What's the derivative of 2x squared plus 6? It's 4x. What's the derivative of 4x? Ooh, that's a tough one. 4. It's 4. What's the derivative of 4? 0. Because 4 isn't changing. So a derivative describes how quickly a number is changing, and we describe how quickly a number is changing based on the variable x. So 4x is changing at a rate of 4 for each x. So we say that the derivative, it's changing at a rate of 4. The constant on the end has got nothing to do with how fast the number is changing, so that's why it's not part of the derivative. Now, the first thing we said, 2x squared plus 6. We can directly scratch the plus 6. That's not changing how fast x is changing. X squared on a graph, you multiply x by x, and then you multiply that number by 2. So, x, let's get rid of the 2. That's too confusing. X squared, the derivative of x squared is 2x. X in x squared is changing at a rate of 2, the product of 2 and whatever x is. Because it is x times x. Is a basic way of explaining it. Don't ask me to explain why it's 2x instead of just x. You don't need to know that part. The only thing you need to know about derivatives is you multiply the coefficient, that's 2 in 2x squared, by the exponent, which is 2 the second power in 2x squared, and then you remove any constants, which is plus 6. And then you subtract an x. You actually divide by x, but only if there's an x to divide by. Otherwise, it becomes 0. So basically, if you add 2x squared plus 6x plus 3, which is a type of equation that should look familiar, by the way, but ask me about that later. You divide it all by x unless there's no x to divide by. So after you do the multiplying. So 2x squared, take the 3x squared plus 6x plus 3. No, 4. 3x squared, take the 2, multiply it by the 3. Now it's 6x. You divide it by x. There was x times x, now it's just x. So now it's just 6x plus 6x divided by an x. There's no well, actually there is an exponent. It's to the 1, to the power of 1. There's 1x. So 1 times 6 is 6. And then you divide it by x. So you get rid of the x. So now it's just 6. So now it's 6x plus 6. And then there was plus 3. Well, technically speaking, this is shorthand for 3x to the 0. So x to the 0 is 1. Is 0. Wait, what? Oh, no, to the 0 makes it 1. Yeah. So x to the 0 is 1. So 6 times x to the 0 is just 6. But that means that the exponent is 0. So we multiply the exponent 0 by 6. You get 0. Divide that by x. Well, 0 divided by x is still 0. So it's technically still there, but we ignore it because it equates to nothing. It equates to 0. So that is why the derivative of 3x squared plus 6x plus 3 is 6x plus 6. The derivative of that, the second derivative is 6, because x to the 1 times 6, and then you get rid of and then you subtract an x. Now you're at 6 plus 6, that's x to the 0. 0 times 6 divided by x, that's 0. So we're just at 6. What's the derivative of 6? Well, 6 is always going to be 6. It's not changing at all. So the derivative is 0. It's changing at a rate of 0. Now, what is the integral? Well, it's the opposite of a derivative. So it's quite a bit more challenging to describe. It's very easy to get the integral if you had the derivative to begin with. What's the derivative of x squared? It's 2x. What's the integral of 2x? Well, it's definitely at least x squared, because we take the 2. We now know that there must have been a 1 in front of it, or a 2 in front of it, and a 1, but that wouldn't have ended up with the x left over, so we know it was the 2. That didn't make any sense, but forget about it. I'm losing my mind. The point is that 2x, the integral of 2x must be x squared, but we don't know if there was a constant before, because the constant would have been dropped once you derived it. So we have to add on this c. So now, which stands for constant. Now we've got x squared plus c is the integral of 2x. Well, what's the integral of x squared plus c? Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Skipping the hard part, we deal with c. Well, a constant, to derive something and end up with a constant, it must have had an x in it and nothing else. So we still just have cx. But now, and then another c, because it would have been dropped, right? So we have something plus cx plus c. But what's the integral of x squared? Well, it's a little bit complicated. Because what do you multiply? Because you can think of it as 1 times x to the second power. In order for that to be the derivative of something, we had to multiply something by something else to end up with 1. And we know it had to be more than 2. In fact, it needed to be exactly 3, because that's how integrals work. You get rid of one exponent each time because you divide by x. Because the derivative is how fast it's changing by x. And so anyway, it would be 1/3 x to the third, or x to the third over 3. X cubed over 3 plus cx plus c. That is the second integral of 2x. And you can just keep going from there. Because now next time, cx is cx squared plus CX plus C. Because we still don't know what that C was, so we can just pretend like it doesn't matter to us. And then x cubed over 3 is really 1 over 3 times x cubed. So it would be x to the 4th. But then what the heck do you multiply by 4 to get to 1/3? Well, it's 1/12. So it would be x to the 4th over 12 plus cx squared plus cx plus c. And so on and so forth. It's all very fun and awesome. So it's obviously, I don't know that this is where we get the term derivative, but it certainly applies. Derivative means that it's something that we already knew. We didn't get anything extra, which is why when you say something derivative, it means that it was pointless. It's something that adds no new information. It's a derivative of what we already knew. All deductive reasoning is derivative by definition. Inductive reasoning is different, but let's not get into that too before because I'm not playing I can't play the game and say this kind of stuff at the same time, not without losing something. So anyway, like I said, if you wanted to impress your maths teacher and you were a complete brown-noser, sorry, I shouldn't say that, that's rude. If you were a complete, what do they call them? Teacher's pets. You could say, ask me the derivative of anything, and I'll tell it to you. Because I'm not going to say that it doesn't get more complicated than that, but there's no way that your maths teacher would hit you with, like, a differential equation and tell you, wait, what's the derivative of this off the top of your head? They're going to say something like 6x squared plus 3x plus 2, and you hit them with 12x plus 6 plus 0, and then you hit them with because the constant isn't changing by x. It's not changing at all. And that will blow their mind. And that's how you get labeled a nerd for the rest of your life, and everyone will hate you from that point onwards. So it's a really fun life hack to try. Just, for anyone who's actually watching this, just go back in time and tell your maths teacher that. I'm sure they'll really appreciate teaching you then. Anyway, so let's do the real math again. The real maths? Math. It's plural, dog. Mathematic. Let's do the mathematic real quick. Currently, we're at. Let's see how much this increases it by. 1.323 times 1.439 times 1.65. Well, that brings us up to. 1.065. That brings us up to 202.75% damage. What if I did it to this one? Okay, 1.472 times 1.301 times 1.065. Well, 203.996%. So it's obviously more advantageous to get dual wield, because at this point they're so close together that just this one is a 50% larger increase. So they're not nearly far enough apart for that to matter. However, this is very far apart from these. So I'm curious now, what if I was to increase this? What if it was 1.301 times 1.439 times 1.076? Well, you're not going to believe this, but it's actually 201.4%, which is the lowest by far of all of them, because they're all, in reality, is a relatively small distance between any of them, so the one that goes up the most is almost always going to be the beneficial one. Now, if these were all very low, for example, if this was at 23, or 24, rather, if we were at 1.08 times 1.83 times 1.03, well, as it turns out, that's actually better than we were at before. That first calculation we did, yeah, it turns out this would have been a better use of numbers. But let's see if it still is. Let's see if that holds true. Because that was 2.035% or something, or 235%. So let's go 1.102 times 1.83 times 1.03. Well, now that's an increase to 207.7%. Very fun and cool. If we increased this instead, well, then it would be 1.08 times 1.863 times 1.03. 207.24%. Which is very slightly worse than getting a second critical strike. Now, Alacrity, I could tell you the number, but it's literally not even worth it. Because, I mean, it should just be kind of obvious. Now, what I could do is, I could go waste my time, right? And once I get 5 and 4 in this, now I've got, you know, level 2, right? So I also have to keep in mind that this power damage is only going to be increased by dual wield. It's not going to be increased by Alacrity or by critical strike. But now I could do the math every single level and determine which one of these is it best for me to get. But I don't want to do that. So I'll just get to level 5 of that. And then I'll just get to level 8 of that. And then now, with a relatively high degree of certainty, I know that it's beneficial for me to just pick this and nothing else. I mean, let's just test one more. We've done so much work, fellas, right? Let's just see this one last number, right? What are we at right now? 1.235 times 1.537 times 1.065. Well, now we're at 202. 0.15%, which seems low. Seems lower than if we had literally only put in dual wield, which is the case. It's mostly these 4 are what's ruining it, because 1% is just nothing. There's no point in increasing this when this increases so much more. It's like, yes, 3 numbers in optimization, you obviously are going to start caring about the third number pretty quickly. Not when the third number increases this slowly. Not when it increases. It's like we're literally sitting here at like, well, how do I optimize for 2x times 3y times z? And it's like, well, it's going to be mostly y. That's just the way it goes. So, yeah, you're going to want some Z's in there, but it's actually not Z. It's not 2x. It's how do I optimize for 1.022x times 1.036 or 33-ish to 1.0325 y times 1.011 z. How do I optimize for that? When I have a specific when x plus y plus z must equal actually I could just ask Wolfgang Alpha to do this for me. Wolfram Alpha, sorry. I said Wolfgang Alpha. What does x plus y plus z equal in this case? 1, 5, 20, 28. 28 is what they equal. Optimize 1.022x times 1.0325y times 1.011z when x plus y plus z equals 28. It did not like the fact that there was no parentheses. It's telling me something that's obviously not true because it didn't understand what I wrote. No, that I promise you that that's not true. Okay, it didn't understand that. I just need to look at a graph. I don't need to tell it the... Okay. I'm an idiot. I'm being an idiot right now, is what you're witnessing. I just need to give it what I want, which is 1.022x plus, not plus, times 1.0325y times 1.011z. Now, it's still doing that insane thing. Probably should have paused the game. Okay. That didn't work. Whoa. Oh boy. That's not going to help me very much. It'd be so, I can imagine it so easily though. I just want to see a graph that shows me x plus y plus, or x times y times z on a fourth axis. Well, really, it's like x equals constant a times constant b times constant c. And I just want to see the graph when a and a plus b plus c equals 28. I want to see all the permutations of that. Because technically, there's 28 to the third possible ways you could slice it up. But only one way I can slice it up. So I may as well finish what I'm doing because I need the 8 to get to the third level of brutal attack, and I need the 4 to get to the level of waves of force. So this is the only thing I can do. Let's just see if it's worth it. 1.257 times 1.537 times 1.065. That's 205.76%. Now let's see, 1.569 times 1.235 times 1.065. And that's how's that possible? Oh, it's possible because I didn't do the numbers right. I forgot. I thought it was 207.56. It's 205.76. So, yeah, we put it in here because that increases the damage to 206.37, which is better than 576. It's actually 636666475, but ain't nobody got time for that. Now, very long math descriptions aside, and I'm sure that had only beneficial effects on the audience retention of the video, as if anyone is watching this. And as I've said before, an arrogant assumption, but a forced assumption. Now, what is this? What's going on here? There's obviously some kind of, like, lift. But I can't use it. Weird. Ooh, a throwing star. What am I, a ninja? What is this guy, a ninja? I can't see a thing. I'm right back in it. Of course, none of that was actually accounting for the fact that dealing double damage will actually deal more than double damage in most cases, due to the way the armor works. But that's not possible to calculate without knowing the equation, and I don't know the equation. And it also depends on which armor you're fighting, because enemies, if we look at the bestiary here, it tells us their defense. A Volk has 45 defense, but we're nearing the end of this thing. A Plague Devoted Scath Disciple has 69 defense, and a Plagued Scath Disciple has 63. A Plagued Scath Avenger is 66, and a Plagued Devoted Scath Zealot is 69. Plagued Scath Zealot 63. Fire Breathing Rotwing 60. Rotten Twisted Shale. I've killed 4 of them, but he doesn't care. An Ironhorn only has 60 defense, by the way. That doesn't really make any sense. Hold on. A Fire Breathing Blastwing kills 11. It's a level 17, 208, 60. Also level 17. But it's... What? So a Fire-Breathing Blastwing deals less damage and has less life, but it's the same level, and it gives the same experience. This game don't make no sense sometimes. Now, let's see if we can hold our own against the enemies summoned by Bagagwa. No, not by Bagagwa. Huh. You can see a bit of armor there. By the way, Tar, I can't help but notice that despite you being a very stinky lame-o, you didn't do anything about the Feral Wrath. That's gotta be 20. Just so you have a power there. Yes, increase how good your wrath type of stuff is there. And now, still 5 ice damage per attack. Wow, are you serious? Despite the fact that the spell power was increased to 47%, Wrath of Ice is still terrible. Reset again. Okay, well, at least it currently only deals 3. It's only 3. So it makes a certain amount of sense. But we don't need double. You know, I only need 16. Now it's 5, but what if I gave you another one? What would it be then? Still 5, eh? What about another one? Still 5, eh? What about another one? Still 5, eh? What about the last one? Still 5, eh? But next level, it'll be 6. That worried about damage. Man. I mean, the spell powers have been increased by 75%. That's nonsense. Man, oh man. Oh, that's like a thing on the minimap. That's interesting. I knew it seemed important, but what does it do, and how do I work it? It's like on the map as a thingy. It's quite nearly midnight. I think I might split the recording here, just in case. It feels insane to end the video after that. But it's not like anyone is watching the videos yet. And I'm recording the next one right now. So they could just, if anyone had been in an alternate universe, if someone was waiting on those videos. First of all, by the time they finish the video, the next one would be up. And also, more importantly, it's not gonna go up until I'm finished recording all of them. So it's just going to be in 2 videos. So now there's no ads on my videos yet because, well, maybe there are, but I'm not seeing any of them. No one's paying me. That's probably going to be true for a very long time. Nonetheless, it is true. So, there's really nothing stopping me. Really, I should be splitting the video every, like, hour. It's insane that I'm trying to put out videos that are 6 hours long. So maybe in the future I'll do that. But then I wouldn't want to make anyone who happen to be watching the stream leave by making them watch the same intro and outro 5 times. Ugh, Tara's not even the next level. Hold on. We're not ready. She's not ready yet. Nice. When they get frosted, it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet when they get frosted. Okay, now she must be... yeah, level 23. Which means her Wrath of Ice now... okay, you're joking, right? When I was skill level 22, it said plus 5 ice damage per attack. Then, at skill level... it said at skill level 23, plus 6 ice damage per attack. I'm level 23? Well, what do you know? Still says plus 5, plus 6. A little bit frustrating. Now it's plus 6 for real. Interesting. What's this increase? 2.6%, I think? And this increase is a... what kind of sense does that make? 2.8%. Yeah, 2.6. 2.8, but somehow this one is higher than this one is. Oh, well, that doesn't make any sense. Well, he's only using death stuff anyway, so... yeah, there. Give him the Grim Experiment. It's the... there's no word... there's no... it doesn't say experiment anywhere. Why did I think it was called Grim Experiment? I didn't know. Then again, so obviously you would do Biting Arrow. In this case, the optimization is extremely simple. One more minute before midnight. And then I'll split the recording. Now, I've said before, and I'll say again, I don't want to have to edit these videos for any reason. That's the reason why I have never released any of my other streams to YouTube, is I need to edit all of them. They all had moments where I said something I didn't mean to say. And I've never doxed myself. But I like said you could have guessed the upper or lower limit on my age. You could have guessed the upper or lower limit on my age in the Dungeon Siege 1 and in The Witcher. Well, that was a real mess because it was the first thing I ever streamed, and those are the only things I've ever streamed before, except for one stream where I streamed Everything is Crab, the playtest. One of the playtests. But I didn't want that to be the first video on my channel, other than my Christmas stream. Although my Christmas stream isn't on the channel, because that was very much copyright strucken. Because I recorded myself covering the Since Demons Day Murders incredible Christmas song. I released the entire process, and then on my channel I put the final product. So that was the actual first video on my channel. Uh-oh, we got plagued Windstone Fortress fighters. That's lame. You don't want to be killing them. Ow. A mutant skitter. Wow, got annihilated. Still no question marks, huh? I thought that might have been him. I thought that might have been question marks. But I think it was actually the healing spell. It's pretty good being able to freeze them like that. That is not half bad. What's a good throwing crescent look like? Pretty good. Pretty good. Cruel Mace of Pain. Mysterious Channel. I've actually never split the recording before, so I don't know how it works. But so forgive me if after the outro right now something else happens and I need to like type something and I don't immediately go out. I assume this isn't the first video you've seen. You know I go out. All right. Let me find my script, I guess. There's no one watching live, right? Yeah, there's no one watching live, so I don't need to explain this to them, that I'm not stopping streaming. All right. That is it for this video. If anyone... wait, hold on. That's it for this video. Thank you for being here. I hope I made your time a little bit more enjoyable, or at the very least, I hope I didn't make it any worse. If you liked the video, please like the video. Dislike it if you didn't. So I know if you enjoyed it. So I know if you enjoyed it or not. Leave a comment if you have something to say, like, for example, why you did or didn't like it. And subscribe to the MasterPedge YouTube channel if you want to see more, obviously. That's all I've got for this outro. So good morning, a good afternoon, a good night. Pedge out. Did that do anything? I said Shift F6. Nothing's happening. I swear that split the file, I set it to Shift F6. but it doesn't believe me. I guess I'll just have to say stop the recording then. Maybe I'll stop the recording and I'll have now like 5 tiny files. I don't know. We'll find out. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Hedge out. See you in the next video.